Hey YouTube, how is it going? I hope all is well. It is Friday afternoon. Everybody is hopefully off of work or soon getting off of work. I know that most people on the other side of the coast are definitely off of work, I hope. But in either case, it is time to get wasted. I'm half teasing, half not teasing. I'm teasing partly because this stuff here is pretty gnarly and it probably will get you rather toasty. And then of course we've got a couple options tonight. We got the cask strength just in case. It's gonna take more than one of these to do this task right now. We've got a long one here, everybody. I suspect at least 4 hours on the minimum. Probably closer to 5 hours to do this, mainly because it takes time for this stuff here to dry. You have to apply it, whatever amount of time that takes, and then of course you got to let it set, and then you got to apply it and all that fun stuff. But first, before we really get rolling, let's start our Friday right. Well, end our Friday right. How's that? Cheers to that. I guess first and foremost, I really kind of want to get some thank yous and some appreciations out of the way. I don't do a whole lot of that stuff all the time, but I just want to make a big shout out to like Andy Lederman, John of Grant Us Glorious Tone, Riley of Riley O's channel, Elam's 1894 channel, AC, all of you guys. I just thank you guys so much for all your love, your support, and everything, all the above. But I've been talking a lot with Andy the last couple days. Andy, I apologize earlier when we were on the phone. I was still at work, and as you got to see, things kind of get out of control sometimes, and I'm the guy they all seem to run to for some reason. But yeah, it's been a pretty busy week. I came home this afternoon and the closet, the hanger that goes in the closet and the little supports or whatever, they're like the little triangle supports that, hold the shelf up and all that and have the rod hanging from it. Yeah, that broke. So all of mine and the wife's clothes are just smashed down on the bottom of the freaking closet right now. So guess what I get to do for Mother's Day? Woohoo! Mommy gets a brand new closet. Just what every woman wants. So that's what I'll be doing tomorrow. So we have to get this done tonight. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. So, yay. That was kind of fun to come home to. I hope it didn't scare the dog because I'm sure it made a hell of a noise. But in either case, that's where we're at with that. Now, there are a few things that you will need in order to Tolex your amp. First and foremost, you must have a drink of choice within arm's reach at all times. That is rule number one with any task, okay? Now, it does not have to be of the alcoholic beverage type. It can be Dr. Pepper. It could be Kool-Aid, whatever it is that you like to drink. But a drink of choice within arm's reach at all times. That's my general rule. For this task, we are going to need some painter's tape or some sort of tape. It doesn't really matter. Masking tape works really well. I hope this is enough. It should be. What we're going to do is mask off the areas that we don't want the glue to get into. Wax paper is pretty helpful. While it will not guarantee that this stuff doesn't stick to it, it does help make it a little less sticky. I also use a little slab of it to fold over the top of this while we're waiting for stuff to dry. And of course you will need your contact cement of choice. Now, there are a lot of people out there that like to not, put VOCs into the air and, freakos for the lack of a better term. But as long as Taylor Swift is flying in her jet, I am going to be using this stuff, okay? Riley! What's going on, my man? Oh, yes. Water? Hey, water, if that's what you want. It's a drink. I didn't say what type of drink. It just has to be a drink of choice. So thank you guys for coming in. So yeah, as long as Taylor Swift is flying her jets, I am going to use the high-test stuff. Forget about that hole in the ozone over my head. We're going to go with it. Now, I prefer this stuff here. Why? Because it works 100% of the time, 60% of the time. No, this stuff freaking works, as Andy can attest to. It sticks pretty dang good. Now, I've never used that spray-on stuff. I'm not a fan of the aerosolized anything, to be honest. Maybe the 2K paint, if you get the real 2K stuff where you have to break the thing on the bottom so it, you know, the catalyst or whatever. That stuff is cool, but when it comes to aerosolized things, I'm not generally on board with it. But this stuff here, you will need a paintbrush. Now, I like the 2-inch variety, and of course the chip brush, the cheap stuff that you can get from Harbor Freight, is ideal because you will never get to use this brush again. I guarantee you, you will not get to use that brush again. You will need a thing to open your doohickey with and keep it closed. You want to keep that closed while you're not using it. A burnishing tool is helpful for Tolexing. I got this cheapo one off of eBay. It's really just to help burnish the material in, and you know, this little scraper side here helps you kind of push things around if you need to. Whatever, right? It's just another tool. Now, probably the most important tool is gonna be the razor blade, the razor blade. All right, the razor blade. You want to make sure that you got a fresh tip on there, ready to go. You may need to break the tip a couple times as you're doing that because you don't want to slip. Trust me, you do not want to slip. And B, you want it to cut through it the first time. So there's that. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna wax paper. I mentioned that. So what I like to do is put out a layer of wax paper over my Workspace, so that way I can you know, keep my workspace glue free. Just glue free. So I usually burn through a fair amount of this stuff here. You need enough to basically cover your work area. Get back in your home. I said, get back in your home. And it's trying to tear, so we're just gonna go with it. Whatever. And then something to hold it down. A drink will do. We'll probably bust out with a ruler or something like that later on. And then we need like a little bit here to help with that guy, the paintbrush. So a little strip of that. What the hell is going on with this thing, man? Work it out. There it is. I work it out. I work it out. There we go. Get in your home over there. Thank you. I'm gonna do this. I'm actually gonna go a little bit further here. I'm going big, everybody. Watch out. I'm gonna move things around. We're gonna cover the whole area. It's not necessary per se, but you know, it certainly is nice to not get stuff all over the place. All right. So that's gonna be, that was a bit bigger than I wanted it to be honest. I'm gonna use a slightly smaller one for this next little strip. There we go. Perfect. That'll be for the brush. We won't really need much of that. I'm probably using a bit more than I need to, but okay. So we got our tools, we got our beverages, we've got our this, we got our that. Let me get caught up on what's going on. Since folks right, oh. 6-string Hofner, way to go, man. All right. So, Riley, did you ever decide what the heck you're going to use? Are you going with the stone gray, or did you go with that bluish color that you were looking at? I know that you were looking at some other things and thinking about spending all kinds of money. You just have to make a decision. I made the decision on this stuff a long while ago. I purchased this blue Tolex almost a year ago, I want to say. So there's a couple different ways you can do this. Now, the way I prefer to do it, and this is just me, you can do it however you want, of course, but I have found it, I used to do it where I would only do the area I was interested in first, and then I would go back and put a little bit of glue after the fact and then wrap it around that way. I have found that what happens is you glue it up to here and you do the same thing on the piece of wood, right? Well, then you get it all tacked in, you go all the way around, and then you go to do the outer edge. And what ultimately ends up happening is you end up with like this bead of glue, right? You can never quite get the glue out of the little crevasse that you've created down in there. So I think what we're going to do is kind of change the game a little bit. And we are going to just paint the whole thing almost all the way out to the edge. And we'll still do it in sections, but I'll go over a little bit so it gets up the side. Now you got to be careful, because if you go up the side a little bit and then you lay this stuff back and you let it harden, when you go to put it back up, you will see a line there. So if you're going to do that, you got to make sure you do it in the corners. Luckily in my case, I only have 3 sides that I have to worry about. So I think what I'm going to try to do is just paint the whole thing and get it done in one shot. I think we can pull that off. So what I mean by that is, instead of doing it one section here, setting the thing on there, getting it kind of spread about, and then moving on to the next side, and then the following side after that, the following side after that. I think I'm going to try to get it all done in basically one shot. That's going to be a little less than fun. Because you got to get this stuff on there fast and even. Fast and even. So somebody made a suggestion the other day, and I think they were right. They said that it is probably best to put it on the wood first and let that get set. Well, put it on the wood first and then come back and do the other part after the fact. This stuff, you know, the Tolex. I don't know if that's right or not. I'm going to give this a shot. That's all I'm going to say, is I'm going to give it a shot. I'm going to get this large area done here. Ooh, this is going to be less than fun. I think I'm going to need something to set this upon. But first, we got to do some prep work. So I'm going to start taping off the spots that we don't want anything. Fabric, grill cloth, okay. There you go. Test leads with the scope. Oh, yeah. That's right. You got a freaking scope coming in. Baby's first scope. And I'll show you what we've got going on here in a little bit once I get all this stuff kind of laid out and whatnot here. I'm probably a little too precise considering what I've got going on, but we'll come back to it. Hey, baby.
Hey.
Are you not having fun?
No, I am not having fun.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's just been a day for everybody, huh?
Nope.
It's just been one of those days. Now, what I have found with this blue painter's tape, unfortunately, is that it does kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? The glue will kind of like soften it up, and it'll make it lose like the tackiness on the wood when you go to take it off. It's okay. It does come off. It's not horrible. So you can just kind of see there, that's what I'm doing. So I have this lip right here that we're going to fold the Tolex into.
See over here.
Huh?
You can't see over there, obviously.
Totally can't see over there. Oh, wait, they can.
I would.
By the way, ladies and gentlemen, I am getting a show. I know you don't. The wife has had a day. All right, everybody, that's all you need to know is the wife has had a day. And I'm out in the garage. She didn't think that was funny. Would your wife think that was funny? I don't know. Shout out to the married folks out there. Get married, they said. It'll be fun, they said. What are you looking at? All right. Oh, come on, stick where I want you to stick. And I stuffed it in there too far. Darn it. There we go. I don't know why I'm being so picky for something that doesn't really freaking matter. So where I'm putting the tape, you can easily get the this stuff cleans up pretty well, to be honest. I'm talking about the glue there. It cleans up pretty well. So even if you get it in a spot you don't want, you can kind of get it to rub away or rub off or whatever. So it's not like end of the world if you're sloppy with the paint or the tape. If you're sloppy with the tape, golly, the words. But I'm one of those goofy kind of guys, right? And I like to do things probably. I'm too much of a perfectionist, I guess, in that regard. So I'll try to make it so you can kind of see what we got going on. But I told you this is not going to be a fast one. This is going to be a day, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a day. All right. I'm just using my pick to help move the tape where I want it to go. Tape is tape, or French for tape, by the way. If you didn't already know, now you know. I have no idea. I'm just being a jerk, but you know what I mean. Alright. There we go. We got that side done. Now we got to do the back side. So, getting over there. So I need to cover up some of this area down in there on the back side, so I'm going to try to get that as well, but I'm going to do it with this thing standing up. So I apologize. I apologize. And I think that's gonna, ooh, that worked really well actually. My God. Talk amongst yourselves, please. I do have to concentrate a little bit here. I'm trying to walk and chew bubblegum at the same time, more or less. So if you think that's easy, well, I got one for you. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to make it a little bit easier on my life here. So I want to cover this area here because I don't want glue on this. So I'm going to cover it up, but same as all the other things, we're just going to put the tape around it. And if you won't mind, you go where I ask you to. There we go. Okay, gotta get this. Not really worried about the inside so much, other than the bottom half there. Never mind me while I make some funny noises. Alright, let's see if we can do this from this side. I think I can. So I just got this little lip down here to do now. And thank you. Thank you. Alright. I think that pretty much takes care of the inside. Yes. Except for I want to do one little thing here. Use a little strip on either side here. I'm going overboard with something right now, but there's a spot on the inside here I don't want glue to get into. Period. That's all there is to it. I just don't want glue to get into it. And if you wouldn't mind, you little turd. So, just a little ad placement, I guess, if you will. Gravity picks. I don't know if you've played with these, if anybody's used these or not. These are the Gravity. This is the Sunrise Standard. It's a 2mm pick. I will be honest in saying that I am one of those medium pick kind of guys. I've been using the the Dunlop Tortex picks forever, the yellow ones. I really like them. I don't think there's nothing wrong with them. They last a long time. And this, that, and the other. Well, I bought a guitar many years ago, and it came in a case, And inside that case was this pick. Well, I didn't find this pick in that case until probably 3 or 4 months ago, maybe. And I've had that case for years. I don't play out all that much, so it was like one of those things where I just didn't notice it, right? Well, needless to say, I thought, you know what, I'll give it a shot. I'll play it for a minute just to kind of see how I feel about it or whatnot. And I am quite impressed, to be honest. It is a nice pick. I like how it's got this percussiveness to it, which adds clarity, of course. So the clarity is nice because it does have that thing going for it. Despite its thickness, it's rather easy to manipulate, I guess is the term. I don't know. Maybe that's not the term, but I don't know. I'm just saying, I kind of like it. So if you're interested in trying out like a heavier pick and you're not quite sure where you want to go, give the Gravity Sunrise picks a shot. I did order some more, put it that way. And I'm not huge on endorsing things, but I was pleasantly surprised. Enough so that I ordered more. They just got here the other day, so I will be sure to be using those in the future. I wouldn't say it's going to be an exclusive thing. They're nice. They have their place, I think, but they're not like the end-all be-all. I still like my yellow Tortex picks. For whatever reason. So anyway, there's my ad placement. That's what you get, Gravity. That's what you get. Alright, let's see if I can work this down in there. Sorry, I know you're being overtly picky about it for no reason. I can afford to be, though. Time is on my side. Da, da, da. I got nothing but time over here. Alright, so we got this thing all sealed up there. So remember what we're going to do is we're going to put the Tolex and we're going to wrap it all the way up into this, and then we'll put that piece of veneer in here, and that will actually butt up against it and cover it, so you won't actually ever see the seam down in here again. So it doesn't really matter what I get down in there, I can always get rid of it. But I think at this point we've basically worked off all the zones I need to get to. I am going to put a piece of tape across the bottom here because I can. I don't know how exactly I want to pull this off, but we're going to do it. I think I'm going to just do something like that. And I'll just go light on this side over here. I guess it doesn't really matter. So what it is I only want to paint or paint. I only want to paint up to that point. And I can control it with the brush for the remainder of it. Right? So I still want to be able to tuck the corners in with the Tolex. So right now, like what I've just done is kind of superfluous. I don't need to paint. What I'm getting at is I don't need to glue up this section of it yet, because this piece here is going to be a totally different piece, right? I think so, Riley. Baby blue, yeah. I wasn't anticipating using blue as a color. Or white as a color. I was anticipating using the yeah, it's in the amp behind me, that gold colored stuff, because I thought, hold on, since we're here, let's talk about this. See if I can find one real quick. Do I have a gold piece available? That is the Q mark. I used to have a couple little strips. I don't have them. Oh yeah, I do. Here we go. I thought I had one. I was thinking of going more with this color here and that, because I thought that was going to be a nice contrast myself. All right, I think so. But in either case, here we are. Okay, let me make sure I'm not going to be upset with my decisions here. I think we're gonna be okay. Ooh, excuse me, goodness. That was a good one. It's a real show now. You know what? I think what we're gonna do is try to remember where I sat the tape down. And I'm going to do another thing here. I'm going to do something else here. I don't need to paint the bottom at the moment. So since I don't need to, I keep saying paint, but that's not really what I mean. But what I mean is I'm gonna go like that. You can't see it because of the freaking green screen thing. All right, so I only need to paint up into this segment here because what's gonna happen is you can't see what I'm talking about. We're gonna come up to this point here, right? We're gonna tuck it into that, and then we're gonna go out at an angle. So we're gonna go back at an angle up into this corner here, right? So we're gonna have a cut that comes down at a 45 like this, and then it'll zig back at an angle towards that. And then the bottom piece will go on there and fit into that little corner piece that we make, okay? Does that make sense? That's what we're gonna do. That's how we're gonna pull off that corner piece. So I don't need any glue along the strip here at the moment. So I'm just gonna block it off and be done with it. I hope that made sense. It'll make sense later as we get more of this stuff done. Okay, I'm gonna do that there. I'm gonna do the same thing on this other side here on the front side. Do 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 do. Okay. And I'm pretty certain that's all the tape we're gonna need. Isn't this the most exciting thing you've ever seen in your entire freaking lives? Bet you could have found something better to do today, huh? I might go crazy with a whole bunch of Tolex colors. Dude, I didn't want to cover my amps in Tolex initially, because I thought it was just, to me it's cheap. And honestly, it kind of is, but the reality of it is if I were to make all wood cabinetry, I would never get these amps done. I would never be able to get these amps done. So it just like was one of those things where it dawned on me, like the only way that this is gonna work is if I make Tolex cabs. So that's the direction we went. So I think what I'm gonna do, I need a stand. I need something I can set this thing up on, is what I need. And I'm trying to think of if I have like a little something, like a little platform, if you will. And I don't have any extra small chassis, of course, because that would be, you know what, I kind of do. I think I can pull it off with these. We're gonna pull double duty with these. So these guys here, I'm gonna set it on that, and then we're gonna paint. We're gonna paint, okay? We're gonna paint. So we'll use these guys. I'll put the prettier side like that, and we'll set this here, and that'll allow me to paint the sides and the top. And I can, how do I want to do this? When I turn it over, and it's not going to be fun to turn this over. So what I'm going to have to do is paint the bottom first and then quickly work my way around. So that's how we're going to do this. Yay! Okay. So we're going to paint this stuff here first. All right, we'll get this done. We'll get the sides done. We'll flip it over. Get the top done, inside, all that jazz, right? All the stuff that we need to get done. Then we're going to take this thing, we'll move it, set it aside. We'll get our blue Tolex over here and get going with that. So that makes sense? I think that makes sense. And then when I set it over here, I need to be able to set it down without it getting on anything. And it looks like I'll be able to pull that off as well. What do you know? What I am going to do is preset something over here. I have a little thing over here I can set it down on. But in the interest of making certain that it doesn't get on my very expensive thing that I'm setting it on, I'm going to put down some wax paper. Because I'm a fart smeller. All right. Decompress a little bit. Once we get rolling on this here, it's kind of go, go, go. So I have found that with the wood, it is generally not a good idea to put 2 coats on there. You either get it on there real thick the first time and be done with it, or you end up going with a thin coat and then a fat coat. But what happens is that because this stuff is volatile, it will eat into the old stuff, meaning that it will start to try to bubble up and all that. So you just basically get one fat, thick coat on this turd. Also, be sure that you have wiped your wood down nice and good. You don't want any of the dust, you know, like the wood dust and stuff on there, because that will basically make that stuff not stick to it. Make sense? Hope that makes sense. All right, I think the fun is about to begin. So let me just do another once over here and make sure I've got everything. Kind of come up with a plan here. I remember we're not doing the top or the bottom. So I'm gonna get in here. Yep. I can get that, I'm gonna have to turn this thing around. This is gonna be freaking fun. All right, I don't need this yet. All right, you think we're ready? I hope we're freaking ready. I just hope we're freaking ready. Now this stuff stinks too. I've already said it a few times, but it stinks. Oh yeah, punches you right in the freaking nose hairs, man. Woo! Andy's in the house. What's going on? All right, turtle power. Shut the fuck up. It might be turtle slow, but it's sured fast. So there. I don't know why I'm hesitating right now. There's a part of me that's like, if we do this, we gotta go. So there we are. We're just gonna get it in there. I will say this too, you don't want to go like super blob either, but you don't want to go too thin. You want to err towards a nice thick fat coat, but you don't want to like freaking super blob it on there either. Like you don't want it to be running and all that jazz is more or less what I'm getting at. So just be aware, mindful, whatever you want to call it. If you got runs with this stuff, you've put it on way too thick. Way too thick. No runs, okay? A little bit of streaking is okay though. Don't worry too much about streaks. It does flatten out for the most part. And you can spread it about a bit too, actually. So again, just be smart about it. And if you're going to go back over an area, go back over it sooner than later to thicken it up. Once this stuff starts to set and tack up, it's probably almost too late. Just FYI. Just FYI. Okay, let's get this back section here done. All about that low-hanging fruit right now. And I'm going to try to get into the back side here. You couldn't see what I was doing, but there's the nook in the back there that I keep talking about to tuck and roll all the freaking pookie into. That's what I'm trying to get at right there. Alright. I'm trying to make sure that there's schmoo down inside of the hole. Whew. Damn, this stuff is thick. Whew. I can smell it. That's a little bit thicker than I'd like. Pull that out just a little bit there. Okay, let's get this other side going here. I'm gonna go a little fatter on this draw. Oh, man down. Oh, I made a freaking mess. Oh, I'm making a mess. Oops. Oh well, that's what I get, I guess. Wow. Wow. That's all I can say is wow. Jesus. Cheese and rice, man. That was bad. All right, so there is a point where you can go too fast, I guess. Sorry guys, I'm not very entertaining or engaged with you right now. Do talk amongst yourselves. Let Andy freaking go on about how slow I am. Whatever. I get it. It's cool. I'm comfortable. Laugh at me, if you will. At my expense. Kick a man while he's down. I see how you are. It's all good. So I want to go a little bit thicker up there on the top. Right in here. Whew, this stuff is strong. I can smell it. Okay. Kind of feel like I need a little bit more along the top edge here. There we go. There's one little spot there that's a little thin. Get in there. There it is. Alright, I'm going to try to flip this thing over. And I think I got the bottom where I want it to be. So now we can get basically the front and the back side here. I think we're okay. Yay. Don't go crazy around the holes either. If you fill that up with the glue, game over. Because once you put the Tolex on, you're never getting that out, by the way. So thick, but not like dripping in there. Are you? No, you're just sanding mark. Whew, man, this stuff stinks. Whew. I see you guys chatting away there. Don't worry. I do see it. I'm not responding because I am working, but please do talk amongst yourselves. Let me know if I missed a spot or something. It's a little thin over in here still. It's a little thin back in that corner over there now. You can kind of tell it's thin because it almost feels like it's tacked up already. Like, and you can hear it. You can hear how it like skates across the surface. I mean, if it's dry by the time you freaking get to the other end and stuff like that, it's probably not thick enough. Like, you know what I mean? All right, let's get this front half here. Oh, this is gonna be less than fun. Burp. Stay put. Yeah. Good thing. Go left-handed action here. Give it the stranger action. Only the guys understand that one. Sorry, ladies. Okay. Okay. I think we just about have this thing here. Just looking at some other spots here to make sure they're thick enough. Looking pretty good though. I don't like how thin that one ended up being. We're gonna add just a little bit more. Okay. Just make sure that we got everything going good over here. See, it's dry up here already. So we're gonna just add a little bit more on this top half. Maybe right in there too. I don't know if you can hear it. You can hear it how it kind of sounds like sandpaper or whatever already. It shouldn't be that tacked up yet, you know what I mean? So, just wanna. Whew, this stuff is gnar, man. All right. Get the hell off. Sorry, I'm kind of off shot there, but just going through things here. The only thing I didn't really get to check on was the backside there. And I'm pretty certain I got it, but it's looking pretty dang good. Give me. So now that I got that glue on there, it's not helping me with the transition over to the Tolex, but I have a trick for that, believe it or not. I'm just doing some tightening up here on the backside. I don't want to have any. The sides are kind of more of the important part, I would say, like the faces and spots where it's going to end. So like areas where your Tolex is going to, you know, end up at, right? Like where it stops. Like those are the spots where it's going to peel away. It's not going to peel away in the middle of, you know, the middle of your thing or whatnot. It's going to do it at your freaking transition zones and stuff like that. All right. That is rather thick. I think we're in a good spot here. And we don't have a whole lot of time left, I can tell. All right, I'm gonna put this down. I'm gonna set this on my thing over here. We don't need these anymore, or at least right now. Oh man, I'm gonna frickin' seal this up for a second. This stuff's pretty gnarly. All right, we're gonna leave this for a second here. I'm gonna do this. So I'm just literally just kind of put it over the top. All right, let's cover that up. Had a little accident. Oops. It's all right. I got just a little excited, all right? There. Problem el solvido. Ta-da! Now, what sucks about this next little bit is this piece is a little bit bigger. And that's going to suck right there. I need another little piece. The Tolex itself is a little unruly, I guess, for lack of a better term. So it's like one of those things where you kind of just, let's see how long it really is, how much. Oh, perfect. Okay, that'll work. This is gonna work. All right, I'm a little less scared now. All right, let's get this off of there. Put that over here. So I'm just gonna start at the end here. And you'll see why in short order. I'm going to use this little bar here to help hold it down in a moment. And you'll see why. Now with the Tolex, it's a little less, what's the word for it? Pertinent? I don't know. You want to get it on there thick, but you just got to get it on there. I probably started a little too deep inside, but whatever. But get it on there nice and thick like, and get her done. And just go all the way out to the edges. I mean, you don't got to go all the way out to the edge. We know that we left like enough of a lip or whatever that we don't have to go crazy. I wouldn't go so bold as to just pour this stuff out onto the canvas. That might be a little bit of a brave step. As you'll see here pretty shortly, this stuff is going to start to curl up. I guess if I were smart, I would move that stuff there and put it a little deeper onto my workspace so I don't have to freaking do what I'm doing over here. But priorities, right? Prioritize. Make sure you have your priorities straight. You pretty much have to have your priorities straight before you start working with this stuff anyway, because this shit's evil. I kid you not, dude. This stuff stinks so bad. You will not get away with this in the house with the wife and the kids. Kids might actually think it's funny. After 10 minutes and they're over in the corner going, woo, the sky is spinning. Your wife, not so much. Get over there. You can start to see it's already starting to curl on us there. It's gonna make me work. Oh yeah, I can tell when you can tell you got it on thick when it starts to wad up a little bit. That's how you know you're done good. When it starts to wad up on you. So what I'm trying to do is get this stuff into the twill or whatever the hell they call that backing material. I want it to get, you want it to be embedded. You don't want it to just be floating on the surface. That's why I don't like the aerosolized stuff so much, because it just sits there, right? When you spray it on, you're not working it into the twill or into the fibers or anything like that. You're just putting it on the surface of the material, and you're relying on that to do all the work, which may be just fine most of the time, but I will say for a fact that I tend to never have a problem with my Tolex coming off on me here. Generally when I screw up, it's permanent. And I mean, I have a rule. Generally, if I'm going to screw up, I'm going to screw up really good. I mean, you may as well, right? I'm probably off shot over here. I apologize. I can tell you, you're not missing much. I'm playing with freaking glue. Literally. You can tell your wife or your girlfriend, I watched a dude freaking paint glue onto fabric. It's literally vinyl fabric. Wow. She's gonna think you're freaking awesome. Okay, honey. Whatever you say. what I should have is like a rotating backdrop of like chicas. That would make this a more interesting stream. Probably get more subscribers. Girls might not find it so amusing, but I know my demographic, all right? Ooh, that was a deep one there. Woo! Get out. Yeah, it's starting to curl up over there. Hopefully it's not curling up and into my workbench. That would piss me the hell off. No, 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 no. I need 60 psychedelic music going right now because I'm starting to feel this stuff. Not getting a headache yet. But this stuff stinks. Oh, it's ended. Yay! The washing machine is finally done doing what it does. What do we got? What do we got? Ooh, the oscilloscope. We're still talking about that. I love it. If you can, get a hold of that Zoe. There's a couple videos back where I brought it out for a brief moment. It's not ever going to replace like a real scope, but like it's enough for on the fly. Like I want to just check this thing out. It's at least good for that. I'll give it that much. I'm never going to say it's going to replace a real scope setup or whatnot, but I can also tell you that the probes that you get are important as well. I think you mentioned that he said it was calibrated. Hopefully he means calibrated with the probes that he sends it with. There is a calibration process on most all the machines I've seen, so you can calibrate whatever probes you have, but most of the probes you get these days are from China. Not that that's a bad thing, but not all probes are created equal. And there are some that will just never quite calibrate with your machine. I had an instance where I bought a Siglent or whatever the hell it is. It's only a 2-channel, whatchamacallit, but it's a nice device. Like it's got all the cool stuff. I think it's like it's up there, like in terms of the megahertz or whatever gigahertz that it'll measure to. But in either case, it came with a pair of probes, and they were not. One of them did not calibrate out. Like it was pretty bad. So I ended up having to buy another set of probes anyway for it. Which, whatever, not the end of the world. It's just not that they're that expensive, but something to think about. All right, spend more money to spend more money. Oh yeah, we're getting close here, and then we get to wait for this stuff to set a little bit. It does seem to take a little longer on the fabric. Sometimes, I don't know. It depends on how thick you get it. The thicker you put it on, the longer it takes to set. But there is a rule to it. And it's a pretty hard, fast rule, too. I'm not going to lie. Like, with the Tolex, which is starting to do that thing I was talking about. We're going to put that there. Stay. Something tells me that thing's going to go for a run here in a minute, but whatever. In either case, you want it to be tacky, but not sticky, for however that sounds, or whatever that means to you. The way I like to explain it is that if you put your hand down on it, it should not stick to your hand. So, or if you took a piece of paper, oh, I told you it was going to go for a run. How did I know? In either case, you know what I mean? Like, you should be able to put your hand on it and pull it away and it won't stick to it. But you want it to be kind of tacky, if you will. And I'm just going to try to, now that I've gone through everything, I'm going to just try to find the spots that I kind of feel are a little thin. Or maybe you can do 2 coats on this, on the fabric. It's a little bit easier. But if you're not careful and you do it, it will start to ball up. And when it balls up, it's really difficult to clean it off. The balls, that is. Little balls that it creates. The wadding or whatever the hell you want to call it. So you gotta make sure that you get it on there nice and thick like. And I would say it's probably more important to go thicker around your periphery. Again, it's not going to be a problem in the spots where, in the middle. It's not going to be a problem in the middle. It's only ever going to be a problem for you on the peripheries. It'll always seem to stick in the areas that doesn't matter. So that's what I'm actually going to do now, is just do another little kind of run around the edges here. Oh, I did. I failed. Oops. I got some on my mat. Ah! I'm going to die now. Kidding. It's about time for a new mat anyway, I think. I think it might be within an amp away of being completely blotto. Blotto is slang for obliterated, which is what I'm going to be after I'm done with that can of Foster's and after I'm done huffing all this freaking glue. Picked a bad week to quit sniffing glue. What I can tell you, I can feel it on my eyes. This stuff is gnarly, man. I can feel it on my eyes. Oh yeah, see, I don't know if you can tell, but like right here, see how it's starting to wad up? That's thick. We're done. That spot is done, okay? You ain't getting any more on there. All right, I think we're gonna call it there. Golly. Put this in here. We'll still be able to reuse that, and we need to close this up because we still do have one more side to go. And the unfortunate thing is, I didn't cut that piece yet. Not the end of the world, though. I'm not that worried. Reason being is that we haven't painted the area yet. All right, so now we kind of hurry up and wait. So now I get to kind of catch up with everybody. Whew. Discovery 2 Land Rover. Ooh, nice. Spin cycle, spin spike. Yeah, thank God. Yeah, I hope this helps people doing the Tolex for the first time. It's, I mean, it's more helpful than not, I suppose. I'm just going to be evil about it. Stay. It's probably going to get glued to it. I'm literally setting the screwdriver on it. I mean, it seems like a daunting task at first, I'll be honest. But after having done it a couple times, it's not horrid. I don't know how to explain it really. It's not a horrid task other than the fact that glue gets all over the place. And, this thing here keeps trying to coil itself up. So I was talking about it before that I'm not that worried about this thing and the exact spacing of it, because this thing has grown at least 1/4 of an inch in either direction. So it's bigger than it was when we first started. I can tell you that right now. And I need another little thing to set on this over here. Either that or I need it to start drying up. You can almost tell when it's done drying too, because it won't look shiny anymore. And it'll kind of stop moving. It'll almost like want to just curl itself up. But I did get it pretty freaking thick in this zone right here, which is kind of a bummer. I didn't mean to go quite that thick. See that right there? That's good. That's probably a little too wet still. See how it came up with my finger? And there's some actual glue particle on there. Not ready yet. But this spot over here, that's probably about what you're looking for. You want to be able to press your hand on it, pull it away, and it not, you know, give you any guff. Golly. All right, time for another drink. Thank you, Zippy. Yes, I'm doing well. Let's see here. In and out, rolling you on this phone. Are you as anxious as I am right now? I'll bet. If you were in my space right now, you would be dying, Andy. I can tell you right now, like, this is bothersome even to me. And it takes quite a bit to bother me with that kind of, you know. I'm going to put this here. I don't care. I just want to not hold it anymore. I usually do pretty good with the whole solvents thing. And I don't know what it is. Like, solvents don't bother me. But this stuff is, I'm not kidding. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to do this, you must do it while the wife is on vacation. You will end up getting a divorce. Because even the freaking bugs in the ceiling are probably going, whoo! Oh my God! How's that guy still walking? Oh, contact high for sure. For sure. This stuff's pretty rude. I would dare say, yes, you should probably open a door. They say to. Do it in a well-ventilated area. I'm in a fairly well-ventilated area. But how are we looking over here? Okay, cool. So we're just getting to the point where things are starting to tack up on the cabinet right now. So that's pretty good. It's still wet in a few spots. So I think we're looking okay there. And you can see this stuff's really trying to coil up there. It's getting close. It's getting close. So we got a little bit of downtime. So we got at least another 10 or 15 minutes or more. Just doing some more touchy over here. Yeah, the cabinet is just about there. So this area here has got a little while. Now you can, as I mentioned, you can use a heat gun. It's a danger thing though. With the heat gun, it will cause this stuff to boil. Like it'll effervesce a little bit. When it effervesces, it's no good. You don't want it to do that. So it's best to just wait it out. Whew. It's going to be a good day. Good night. Did you hear, Andy? Tomorrow, I get to turn into a little handyman Luke again. The freaking... so you guys probably all know, everybody's got the kind of the same closet thing, right? So you got the little shelf, and they put like the little 2 by 1/2 inch board around the periphery, you know, or the perimeter of the thing, and then they set the board on top, the 3/4 inch plywood. Well, underneath the plywood, they put the little like angle bracket, and then on the angle bracket, it's got the little hook for the rod or whatever that goes across. Well, my house was built in the 70s. I'm pretty sure this is the original one to the house, and it's been kind of doing the saggy, downy thing for a while. And, you know, women, they got a lot of freaking clothes. I've got a lot of freaking clothes myself because I'm a hoarder in that regard. I've literally got shirts hanging in there that I had since I was in high school. That was 30 freaking years ago, damn near. I don't know what it is. But in either case, today I came home. I go to freaking, you know, get this shirt out. And it was just like like, what the hell is going on? Like, why is it so hard to open? And I finally get it open far enough and peek inside, and it's just like everything. Luckily, the shelf itself didn't come down, but all the freaking clothes that were on the hangers just freaking. I was like, son of a bitch! Guess what I get to do this weekend? Maria, how's it going? Did I get your message? I can't say that I did. You don't know anything. I'm a good boy. That's all you need to know is that Luke is a good boy. I didn't do anything though. I have not gotten your message yet though, but thank you. I will be sure to check it out. So. We got everybody here. Oh, holy cow. This stuff is really, really bad. Really, really bad. When I say it's bad, I'm not kidding. You should take that as a sign. This shit is bad, okay? I don't usually overstate. You know, I could be missing the tip of my finger and I'll be like, it sucks. It hurts. Figure out how to reattach my finger or something. I'm that kind of guy. Like, the world could be crumbling down around me and I'll be like, yeah, this is going to suck. My sense of urgency, if you will, is problematic for some people because they take it as I don't care. So when I say this is a problem, it's a freaking problem. This stuff is a freaking problem. So I can understand Andy would be definitely not happy at the moment dealing with this stuff. If this kind of stuff is already hard on him. Now for me, it's not really that hard on me. It just sucks because it stinks really bad. But whatever, I'll deal. It's all good. It's all good, okay? That's close enough. I think we can get this guy to sit there and hold it down. So here's the fun part coming up. You see this nice big black rectangle in there. I got to take that thing, the cabinet. I got to hover it over the top and I got to go right down on the middle. And I got to be careful because you don't want to push too hard, because if you push too hard, this stuff here is really a bitch to get off. And then when it starts pulling in on all the everything in every other direction, it really turns into a problem. So you kind of want to make sure you get it pretty dang close to the center, right? Okay. And then I got to turn it over. I think what I'll do is I'll just get it up the sides, but real show. It's going to be a challenge because you need to do it face by face. So objectively, it would almost be best if I were to take the cabinet and put it down and then set this on top, but it's really, really difficult that way. So I think what I'm going to try to do is get it set down on there. I'm going to try to get it lifted up and I'll get this side flattened out. I'll leave the other sides off as much as I can. I get the top side done because this is the top here right now. And then what we'll do is we'll try to get the sides and then we'll work it around. Objectively, that's what we're going to try to do. I don't know how it's going to go. We could totally have a crash and burn moment over here. That would suck. We don't want that, but, wishful thinking. I'm king of wishful thinking, all right? Turtle power. Look, man, I got nothing but time. I did my work today. Andy knows. I was a busy mofo earlier today. He called me up. We were talking for, it was probably only about 45 minutes. But in that 45 minutes that Andy and I were on the phone, I probably had about 5 different interactions with coworkers. I had, coworkers calling me, freaking walk-ins, like this, that, and the other. It was like, oh my God. All the while, I'm changing out toner cartridges. I am setting up a station for, we're doing some office transitions and stuff like that. So, I'm setting up like desks and all that stuff with all the docking stations and, computer monitors, all that jazz. So just literally in that time frame, I dealt with a phone, did a transition, did a freaking toner change, and had a couple other incidents. It was freaking nuts. So I'm a multitasker, all right? Don't say I don't multitask. It's really, really, really hard to be good at everything, though. So just know. I'm not the best, and I'm not the best because I'm getting pulled every damn direction. If I could only do one thing, I can guarantee you, I would be the best at it. But I'm not only doing one thing, darn it. I used to work years and years and years and years ago. I'm dating myself now, but In and Out, many years ago. And that was their whole philosophy. It was like, we're going to do one thing, and we're going to do one thing really well. So for those of you who have not had In and Out, you definitely got to go check it out. I can vouch for its quality and, you know, how the process works and whatnot. It is a proper process, and it does do what it's supposed to do. And gall darn it, that's going to suck, because you can see what it's trying to do. It's trying to coil up on us. It's almost there. This spot here is still too wet. Part of me wants to do another layer in here, but I think it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. It's going to stick. It's going to stick like a mofo. Yeah. And the cabinet is now ready. The cabinet itself is actually ready, but this area here is still, yeah, still too wet. So that's what I was talking about. You don't want to, you kind of see that little zone right there. You got to be careful. You don't want to, because you can actually peel this stuff off the material doing that. And that's why you don't really want to do what I just did, because it'll actually, it's not doing it now. It's like stringing up, but there's a little spot right there right now, which could be problematica, but you won't see it. You won't see it. It's amazing how good Tolex actually hides like all the bullshit. It's really amazing how well it works. But part of me wonders if it would be smart to do some low heat gun action. Low heat gun action. Woo. Another part of me too is like, do I want to put another coat? I don't think I want to put another coat. Now usually the second coat isn't nearly as fat as the first coat, but I'm almost positive I'm not going to have a problem right now. Do 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 do. So this is one little area here that's like super fat. A little bit over here too, but it's not oil, it's not water-based. The water-based stuff absolutely doesn't work. Period. I don't give a shit what anybody says. If it's water-based, it ain't staying on there. That's been my experience with it anyway. This is not oil-based either. It's definitely volatile though. It is flammable stuff. Like, I don't know what you want to call it, but it's gnarly. I don't think it's oil though, or petroleum, whatever you want to call it. Petrol. But it is definitely high volatility. So I'm just trying to move around right in here. You can't see it, but I can see it. There's like a couple little bubbles forming. It's not the end of the world because the bubbles do pop, but it's not bueno either. It's like a rubber base, yeah, with the solvent, yeah. It evaporates pretty quick for the most part. Never quick enough, it seems. Now the water-based stuff is like extremely temperamental. Like if it's not exactly 68 degrees and 10% humidity, that shit will never dry and it will never stick to itself. There are some people that, you know, like the stuff that you can get from Mojo Tone, they say it never works for them, even though it's like the creme de la creme stuff, and they charge like it is too. I've just heard hell stories about, you know, the water-based stuff. Now, there is floor covering stuff that you can use as well, you know, like for gluing down floors and whatnot. I've heard good stories about that, but it's one of those things, again, where it's like, which one is it? And it's not exactly cheap because you got to get it in gallon jugs and whatnot. So for doing what we're doing, like this stuff here is perfect because it comes in a 1 pint can and, you know, it does what it needs to do. This stuff is the DAP. It's DAP Weldwood contact cement. It's in the red can, not the green can, not the blue can, not the water-based stuff. You want the original. This stuff, yeah, this stuff here, it can be absolutely 100% dry, and you touch it to itself and give it a little bit of pressure, and it's like, it's never coming a freaking part without ripping something apart with it. On the last giveaway build, I didn't really get to show you guys, but I got down to like one of the last couple corners and I nicked something, and I was, oh my god, I was so furious, because you know how you done it right? You done it twice. Well, I had to peel all that stuff off, and if it didn't peel the glue off the wood and take like little shards of wood with it, it was shredding the Tolex. And I'd only just put the stuff on, like it hadn't even cured yet, and it was still to that degree where it was like you had to pull it off, and it was still like tearing the Tolex. I got lucky, it didn't tear the wood out too much. I didn't have too much tear out on the wood, but this stuff is no joke. It is meant to be permanent. That other stuff is not meant to be permanent. And now that's freaking hot. I touched the metal. I have it on low heat, but apparently not low enough. We're getting there. I think we're probably at a spot where I can actually put it on. It would be okay. I would say this is in the safe zone, even in this area here where it was just a little bit fat. That spot there that I put my finger down on before, I can actually touch now, and it's not coming up with my finger. It's a little ticky-tacky right there, so we'll try to get that zone a little more done up. Yeah, right? I might do a whole video just dedicated to the Tolexing thing. It's not the glorious part of amp building. I mean, there's literally a hole in the ozone layer above me right now. It's not like I feel good about that, but I teased earlier about, like, you know, Taylor Swift and how she flies everywhere. This stuff is freaking gnarly. I'm not kidding. So you do have to have a little bit of respect. I'm gonna call it good right there. I think we're in a spot where we can pull this off now for the most part. Ew. So where that was, I want to let it hang a little bit longer because you saw how it pulled up. This is gonna suck. Hold on. How are we gonna pull this off? I'm gonna do, it won't stick to metal, luckily. But you don't want it to be wet when it goes on either, because if it's wet, it'll stick to that. It will stick, like it'll even stick to the wax paper. So it's not impervious to being stuck on anything. It's just there's like this zone where it's like either super duper tacky and it will absolutely stick to everything, or it's, you know, not quite tacky enough to be a problem anymore. I'm gonna say we're in a safe spot. It would probably almost be smarter of me to start on an edge. The only reason I don't like starting on the small edges first is that you have to have like the world's most perfect box, and then you have to set that thing in there almost literally perfectly, because if you're off by a little bit and all of a sudden the thing starts treading off in that direction, you're boned. So now what I got to do is get the box over here flipped around in the direction I want it to, and I got to set it in the box. I'm gonna just make sure I'm kosher. Everything is working the way it should. I like it. I'm gonna call that good, I think. That's close. That's close. So what I'm also looking at, so I have one side on the box here that's a little bit heavier and one side over here that's a little lighter. So what I want to do is I want to make the box orientate itself so that the heavier side is over here, so that the heavier side of all this sticky stuff is on the lighter side of the box. I'm thinking ahead, all right? Like I said, I'm a fart smeller, all right? I tried, so on my first attempt was like, probably 4 or 5 amps ago at this point. Easily 4 or 5 amps I've done at this point. Not a whole lot, to be honest. Like my very first amp I did all in wood, so no Tolex. But I did a couple other like test runs and stuff like that. But I went and I scoured the internet, I scoured YouTube and all that fun stuff. And there's a couple of them that are really good at showing you what they do. The problem is that the ones that are really good at showing you what they do are also the industrial grade people that do this stuff like for a living. So for them, it's easy. They spray this stuff on there. It's the industrial grade crap. And it it takes no time at all for them to get where they need to go with it. And then they just make it look easy. They and they're done. And it's just like, oh man, like, come on, it's not that easy. Let me tell you, it's not that freaking easy. So I don't know. I'm not going to try to sugarcoat it and say that this is freaking easy. It's definitely not, but it's also not so hard that you can't do it either. So you can't see what I can see, but more or less what I'm trying to do is just make sure that I get this thing inside the box. But the box has grown so much that I got to pick a spot and just kind of go, I guess. Oop. And that's where we're going to go, I guess. All right. Now I got to flip this box over because we're dedicated now. Things have happened. I sat the box down and that was that. She done. She went on and I got to flip it over and hope to God that it doesn't goof anything up. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my things here. Sorry, I'm off camera. We're going to do this and that. So we don't want little things like that happening. We don't want this thing sucking in on itself either. We don't want it going down on the sides. So you got time. It will work itself out. I think I got pretty fortunate in that regard. It appears like I did well. Okay. So what I'm going to do is this. I'm just going to start from the middle, work your way out. All right. Probably it doesn't really hurt if you start at the edges and work in. I know that this is not exactly in the center of the shot, but just start from the middle, work your way out, okay? You do not want to crush it too much either. It will flatten, okay? You can't really see what I'm seeing, but it will flatten if you go too like high in pressure and all that jazz. So you just want it to go and work out. You want to burnish it. That's what's going to make it permanent. But and you can almost see where you go over because it will flatten out. Like you can see it just kind of flatten up a little bit. And I got some marks here. I don't know what that's coming from, but it is going away. So I'm not worried about it. Whew, this stuff stinks, man. Be careful with your burnishing tool. You don't want to run it into the edge and nick your, you know, your Tolex or anything like that either. There we go. All right, so now I'm going to try to get one of these sides over here, and it's trying to stick to itself, so be careful with that. So I'm gonna just run it over the edge. I'm gonna stuff it down the middle here. You can't see what I'm doing, but I'm pushing it down and I'm working it over the edge, and I'm pushing down the middle to get it to the bottom. And then I'm gonna work out from the center out. Again, same, just center out, okay? And you'll see as you're doing it, you can't really see what I'm talking about, but does that make any angle? I don't know. I need a bit wider camera angle. That's really all it comes down to. My apologies. But here, when I do this, maybe it'll make sense. Maybe. This is just not helping. All right, so I set it down. I'm gonna roll it, and you can't see it. Yeah, you can actually. See how it's rolling it? Right? Let's see if I can get a shot of that for you. See that? See how it rolls it? That's what we're working out, okay? That's what we're working out, is that. So, now that we've gotten that far, we don't need that anymore. We can go and turn this thing upside down. We do need to still work on the edging, and you don't want to let this stuff stick to itself, but I am going to get this thing worked over here. There we go. And then I'm going to work it over this way. Now this stuff is still pretty pliable, so you don't want to stretch it too much because it will curl. As you can see, it's already trying to curl anyway. So you don't want to like yank on it because you will flatten out the whatchamacallit. You'll flatten out the texture or whatever that it's got. So you just want to, I don't know how to explain it. You just got to be gentle. That's all. Just be gentle. Don't try to overdo it. But you do want to burnish it still. Somehow or another, you're going to have to freaking roll it on, because that's what's actually going to help roll it out. And then we'll flip it over and do the other side. Do the same. We're actually starting to get to probably the more scary part, to be honest, which is the freaking corners. I don't know what it is about the damn corners. They scare the ever-living shit out of me. And because of the way that we've done this, you can't put it face down on something. Like, you kind of have to work with it off the edge of the freaking thing. Get over here. Get over here. So, I'm at a spot now where I've got a little bit of time on my side. I got to decide which one I want to go with first. As you can see, I've got plenty of overlap here. Like, this thing is very obviously grew in this dimension here that we talked about. Now, there's a couple ways you can do this. I have found, and it's going to be hard to show you until I get the first side done, so I'm going to do, how do you explain it? Okay, so when you cut the corners, right, you have to lay the material over and into the corner, and then you cut down the side of the material, right? So like if this was it here, and we want it to end at this edge here, you would cut it there, right? Well, if you have this stuff laid in there already, if you have that stuff laid in there already and you cut down it, you stand the risk of cutting into that other layer. You don't want to cut into your other layer. So what we're actually going to do is we're going to fold it over, we're going to cut it, we'll fold it over, we'll cut it, and then we'll lift it out. We'll move the other side down, cut it, and then we'll work on getting the corner figured out, okay? And that's so that way we don't nick the material that's actually going to be faced in. Because you do not want to freaking do what I did that made me have to freaking undo my work before. It freaking sucked balls. Freaking sucked balls. Oh my God, you don't even understand like how bad it freaking sucked. To have to freaking undo all the work that I did and redo it again because I fricked it up. So what I'm going to do is make sure that I can get this stuff off. It is still just wet enough I can pull it. Yes, we're going to be able to pull this off. Okay. So this is why a sharp razor blade is needed. You stick it out a little ways, and I'm just going to... You don't want to pull... You don't want to go crazy and pull like hell. We're just going to go up to the corner and we're just going to pull up to the corner. And it's still being kind of stubborn for me, actually. It's still kind of soft, if you will. So not a bad thing. It's just kind of soft. But I'm going to pull that away. So I've got that cut there. Now what I'm going to do is pull it off, and I'm going to go this other direction and do the same thing. Okay? And what we're going to end up with is like this little nook, little corner nook. And boy, oh boy, did that freaking just scare the hell out of me, because I don't know that I did that right, but I did. So now I got that there. That's going to go inside. We need to do the same thing on the bottom. I'm sorry, you're not going to see much of what's going on right now, but I have to do a thing. Okay? Just bear with me. It's going to hurt you more than it hurts me. Let my finger go. Let my people go. Come on, let it go. Thank you. Thank you. There we go. There it is. All right, so now what we want to do is go down. There it is. Okay, then we end up with this little strip. But now we can tuck this thing in and be okay. So once we get kind of something like this going, you can kind of see, I'm going to work from the bottom now, but we're going to tuck that in down there and everything's going to be cool. You may need an implement, something, you know, to help kind of get this stuff tucked down in there. Now this stuff will shrink a little bit. So it's better to be a little fat, right, on your cuts. That's why you don't want to cut with the other layer of that stuff there, but cut it fat because it will pull back a little bit and shrink with this glue here. Now with the water-based glue, it doesn't really do that so much. All right, the water-based glue is a little bit more gentle in that regard, luckily, but that doesn't necessarily mean a whole hell of a lot when, you know. Alright, so what I'm going to do is get this going here and try to make it so it all goes all nice and like in there. And so I've got two problems to work out here. You can't really see it. It'll make sense later when I actually show you what those problems are that I'm talking about, but more or less what it is that I have a corner that I got to get this stuff into. Well, it wants to stick, but it's cut the corner, right? So if this is the corner you're trying to stick it into, it cuts the corner. Well, you need to get it sucked into the corner. So that's the challenge that you got, but you don't want to hurt the material either. So you got to be somewhat careful with how you stuff it in the corner. So I'm trying to be gentle while also not making the action that I do permanent, because we do need to make it fit later. This is where other implements become handy, like that. Take that out, now you got an implement that you can help push things into the corners with. And again, don't go crazy. If you can't see what I'm talking about, I guarantee you, shit. How do I make it understandable? So I'm trying to tuck it into that corner down there, right? If you go crazy with this guy here and burnish it too much into that corner, you're never going to get it off. You still need to be able to possibly remove it, especially over here on this other side, because I can still have to cut that other side. All right, so let me do that right meow, in fact. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. Okay, then we're going to go back and over. Sorry. And we're going to go in this way. I got a lot to cut here. All this, right? Sheesh. Freaking camera views. I got all that to cut back to there. Like, I literally had way more material than I needed to do this. So, like I say, you don't have to go freaking nuts. There it is. All right. I'm still in the workable zone. That's great with this right now. I'm quite happy. It's in that pliable area, if you will, where I can still manage the material. Wow, it's sticking really good though. This is great. So that's not a problem. I'm not bitching about that. I say it's sticking really good, and I mean sticking really good in a good way. Okay, so I'm at a point now where I need to create a corner, because now I've got everything kind of wadding up down here. All right, so I'm going to try to get that done. I will show you more on the front side, I promise. When I can flip this thing up on its end, it'll make a lot more sense, because I can show you actually what I'm doing. I apologize. I know this is a little bit brutal. It's just, you know, it is what it is. It's how you got to do this, unfortunately. So I'm going to do a thing here real quick. There we are. Okay. There we are. There we are. Get off. Thank you. And we're going to go this way with it. We're going to try to do the same. Yeah. Woo! Looks like I didn't hurt my thing, so we're going to keep going here. Oh yeah, we did good. All right. Show you kind of what I mean here. So what I've done is I tucked that corner in, right? And I crossed it over, and then I cut one. I lay the other one over the top of that, and then I cut the other one. And then we create that little seam right there. You're never going to see that seam, and this little guy right there, that little nib, we'll cut that off in a minute. But for right now, that's actually really, really good. We can still work that in so it's tight on itself, but we're gonna have a piece of leatherette that goes over that, and you'll never see that corner. So that's what I'm gonna keep continuing on with here. But for now, I'm gonna kind of burnish this corner down. I wanna tighten it up as much as I can, because it's gonna shrink is what's gonna happen. And when it shrinks, it's gonna wanna pull away. So you wanna kind of have a nice tight gap right off the get. So just, you know, that's all. Nothing more, nothing less. Now the top side is going to be a little more interesting, so we'll come back around to that in a minute here. So just bear with me on that. I apologize. I know this isn't the most exciting crap on the planet at the moment, so it'll all make sense in a minute. There's that. Ooh. Okay. Okay, I think that's looking good. I'm gonna go ahead and cut this one now. Nice. There we go. We got two little, see how it cuts like a little corner out of it? I got two of them that kind of did the same exact little thing, right? Two little corners like that. That's all you're trying to do. I know this is not exciting, but this is how you do it. And I wish I had a better angle. I know, I keep saying that. But it'll all make sense here. So what I'm doing now is just, I'm working it down in here. That's all. Just getting it tightened up. Probably don't need to worry about this one so much down here, but whatever. I'm worried about it, so I'm gonna deal with it. Blah blah blah. Okay, that's fine for now. If you're going to use an implement like this with sharp edges, be very careful on your Tolex not to get too crazy. You can end up with a bad day. You can end up with a very, very, very bad day if you are not careful. All right, so let's cut this one here. Yes. Okay. I'm gonna pull that down, and then we're gonna go over the top. There it is. Okay, we're gonna pull it back up, and we're gonna get this thing worked in. So I have another challenge here, is I gotta cut this along here because this flap needs to go inside. So I'm gonna work on that right now. Okay? I'm just gonna get brave, and we're just gonna freaking basically send it, but you kind of need to have it sucked in to its spot first on the back side. So I'm gonna do that now as well. And it's still nice and pliable though. This is actually working out for me quite well at the moment. Be careful when you're cutting that though. So on this back section here, I have to cut into my material. If you cut too deep, you're boned. You don't need to cut that deep. You just need it to lay in, right? So it's gonna be fun. I'm gonna work it out. I'm gonna work it out. That's all I know. So go shallow. It's more or less what I'm saying. Oh yeah, we did good. All right, we're gonna be okay. Okay, there's that. I'm gonna cut this back corner over here. I'm gonna do the little ziggy-zag thing I was talking about. So this one's gonna be a little bit more of a challenge because I wanna go up and over to here. All right, you can't see it because my freaking fat head's in the way. So there's a corner right here. I gotta shoot to that, right? So I'm gonna cut over and then back. So I'm gonna cut up at an angle at that and then back in like that. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. But I gotta, I gotta do it. That's all. I just gotta do it. So there's that. Okay, so see how now I can lay this one. Ah, fuck. Okay, so I cut that, right? I cut that corner. All right, and now I can lay this flat over the top. All right, so now I got to cut back like that. This thing here is still going to be the corner. Actually, yeah, I'm going to cut it on its own corner, I guess. Actually, I don't even have to bother with it. I can just cut it straight back and this whole piece can come off, actually, I think. That's what I'm going to do. There's a couple different ways you can do that corner. I'm going to do it the easy way for myself. I'm just going to get brave. Again, you're never going to see any of this, so it doesn't really matter all that much what we're doing right now. As long as you're somewhat straight, you're going to be okay. And I cut it a little shallow, which is all right. It's not the end of the world. We're okay. There we go. So the other piece, when it lays in, it's going to fill that little corner. So the top, when the top goes in, it's going to flop over and it's going to fill that corner in. Okay? I hope that makes sense. And I'm just doing some tucking work here because I don't want... There we go. Got it. All right. All right, so we're going to do the same thing over here now. And this side is a little bit easier to show you. All right, so... Okay, let's see what we got here. We're going to go up. Boom, like so. I went a little deep in that corner. Again, you're never going to see it, so it's not the end of the world. And then I want to shoot to there. So I'm going to go from here to like there. And I went a little deep on that one. That was a little fat. I hope I didn't fuck that up. That is a little fat. I should have went that way more. But I think we're going to be okay. We have the other piece that we can fill into that corner, so it's not the end of the world yet. May or may not have biffed it. May or may not have. I'm shooting for not have. Okay. Let's get this side going here. All right. So this side is all done. We're not worried about these little nipples over there. Those get cut back. All right. So those don't count. But at this point, what I'm going to do is just burnish it in and kind of set what we're doing here, because we want it to be as permanent as it can possibly be. And we'll deal with the other problem I have a little bit later, which will make a little more sense once you actually see what it is I'm talking about. But it's not a problem really, it's just a thing. All right, let's get to this front side here. Now that I can do this, it'll make so much more sense. All right. So I'm going to start at the top. We're going to work our way down. I hope that makes sense. All right. I know there's not a whole lot of you, but we're learning. All right. So what I was doing before is laying it down like this, right? I'll just get both sides kind of done at the same time. All right. And then you just take it and you run it up. So we're just going to start cutting it. Yeah. It's still pliable. That's good, actually. It's not the best razor. You can tell this razor came from freaking China. Not very sharp. Pound, not sharp. All right. We're going to get this side now. There it is. Okay. Right? Makes sense? Now we're going to pull this out, or off, I should say. And then we're going to work over the other side here. So we're going to go like this. But you're going to go from the other direction now. Okay? So we're not going up this way, we're going down that way. Don't mess that part up. You want to make sure you get your orientations correct. All right, so we're going to go this way. Okay? Yep. There we go. There it is. Peel that back. Now at this point, you should end up with a little tab here, a little pull tab, if you will. Now, which side you start with is up to you. It doesn't really matter at this point. So you just pick one, I guess. I'm going to go with the top one just because I think it'll make it a little easier to explain what's going on here. And you just work it down into the corner there. So you want that to fit right into your corner, like that. Same with this side here. You're going to go right into your corner there. And if you need a burnishing tool or something to get it down in there, do that. And then you can work the remainder of it over and in. Now this one we can go pretty much permanent with, because the corner will cut out naturally on its own. At this point here, we're not really doing anything super crazy, so the corner will kind of work itself out on its own. That's all. Now we got the fun task, and you can already see it kind of starting to build up there. See that line right there? We've got to tuck this stuff into there. Oh joy, is that not ever fun? I'm not kidding, it sucks. All right, so now what we're gonna do, that we've gotten that, is we're just gonna cut out at an angle. You know, just same. Just we're gonna cut and kind of shoot. There's like a little folded tab here. See that little fold right there? You're just gonna kind of go towards that little tab. That's all you're doing. So you just tuck it in the corner there, pick an angle, and go for it. It does not have to be perfect in the corners because you do have a corner piece that goes on, right? So then this piece goes over the top, and you'll see it falls right in there, right? Make sense? Use your burnishing tool if you need to tuck it up in there. You want it to be pretty tight because remember, it will pull back a little bit as it starts to dry. Now, you want to try to follow the same line that you went on. It's okay to cut over the top of the other side that you've already done. But whatever you do, just kind of try to follow the same line. And in that case, I got it pretty freaking close. That way you can push your things in. And yeah, we're going to be okay because by the time this sucks up there, I had a little bit of overlap. I know the light doesn't really help, but I had a little bit of overlap. That's fine because as this stuff dries, like I mentioned, it's going to pull away a little bit. So that's good. This corner is actually going to be really nice. Down in the bottom here too, I got it a little fat. Again, not the end of the world because this is going to suck up a little bit. So just be careful when you're using this tool. You don't want to get the corners in on anything. That would be a bad day. Okay, so we're gonna do the same thing here. Just kind of shooting for the corner over there. And then we're gonna go the same thing the other direction. It's a little freaky at first because the angles all don't seem to work out. You just have to have a little bit of faith. You gotta have faith, the faith, the faith. Ooh. Baby. I don't know, I'm just gonna stop right now. So I'm kind of feeling where I want to shoot towards. It looks like I want to shoot kind of up a little bit. You can almost feel it, to be honest, but there it is. Yes. Oh yes. Now the little corner pieces there, like I mentioned, even if they do stick out like that, not the end of the world. Pair of scissors, you just nip it. Again, it's going to be underneath the corner. You're never going to see that ever again. Ever again. All right, so now we got to get this lower corner done here. This is the fun part. It's time for a drink, though. Thank you for the kind words on the nice miter joint. I try to do good work. All right, so we're going to pull this up a little bit here. It's gotten pulled back a little bit. We're going to cut in that way. Okay? I said we're going to cut in that way. Thank you. Yay. All right. And then we're going to pull it back. And we're going to come up and over the top. And we're going to do the same freaking thing. It's going to cut in that way. It cut in from here. All right. Ta-da! All right, so then we peel this back, and then we're gonna get this other side. So, let's get this down in there. Ooh, excuse me. Ooh, we actually ended up a little fat on this one. That's okay though. Fat is good. So I got a little extra material that's kind of bunched up in the middle there. Again, this is expanded. So we've got a little bit more material than we actually need. Not the end of the world. It's going to be okay. I'm just kind of shoving it in there. That extra material there is actually going to help us later though. It seems bad at the moment. It's not bad. Seems bad, not bad. Okay. So now let's get this corner here kind of figured out. So I'm going to start because I want the pretty side to be, I know you can't see it, I want the pretty side to be the side that we're working on. So I'm going to do that one first. So I'm going to cut out that way. And I'm going to try to make this a little bit more even right there. So I'm shooting for some point out here. I don't know if you saw that, but that was kind of a way to do it too, is just lay it out and freaking roll it over. That works, except for I freaking managed to sliver it. Whatever. It's not the end of the world. Again, not really going to see it. Now we're going to go like this, and then I want to go out at an angle. This time I want to make sure I don't go too far. Last time I cut a little too deep, or too steep. So I'm going to make sure I get this right. I'm going to shoot for that point there. And I know you can't see what I'm talking about, but there, I did it. I did it good. I hit it right. And now we can go kind of like so. All right, there's that one. So again, we just made a little corner there. This will get cut right along that seam right there. Okay, let's get this side done. All right. Okay. Okay. knock it the fuck off. Get over here. Same, we're gonna cut along there. Cool. Peel it back. We're gonna finish this side up. Oh, nice and fat. I love it when I get it nice and fat. I like it fat. I know it doesn't seem like it's important, but this stuff, as I mentioned, it will shrink. As it starts to dry, it will shrink. So being a little thick in the corners is actually not a bad idea. And we got a bit of work yet to do still too, because we do have to tuck this thing in. And this part's going to be hard to show, but we got to press into the seam there. It's a job, let me tell you. It's a job. All right, so we're going to shoot to here, there, and I'm going to shoot to this point, right there it is, and then we're going to just shoot out, and if you wouldn't mind, thank you. All right, there's that, there's that, there's that. All right. Okay. Does that make sense? So now we got to tuck into that seam that I was talking about. Do I cut the back though? That's the next question. I'm at a point now where it's probably not a bad time to just like cut along the seam down there just to get it out of the way so we can get it tucked down there real nice like. I'm just going to do it. Just make sure you shoot steep into the seam, okay? And be careful in this area because you do have corners and stuff like that. And you don't want to, like that, it started to pull it. Okay. I think we'll be okay. See this one here, this corner is starting to try to open up. I don't know if I can get that in the shot. You can kind of see it down there in the corner. It's trying to open up already. That's not good, because that corner is only going to get bigger. So you want to make sure that you get this stuff where you want it first. Otherwise that corner is only going to open up more and more as it dries. So get it down in there. Get it down in there now. Okay. And you'll be able to work it a little bit more later too. It's not the end of the world. It's just a thing. Okay. I am going to... I want to work it in a little bit deeper. What I'm trying not to do, I don't want to be shallow on this. I want to make sure that when that wood piece goes in there, and I'll kind of show you here in a moment, but when that wood piece goes in there, it needs to cover the entirety of that seam. But I don't want it inside the border, otherwise I won't be able to get the piece to settle all the way down to the wood. We want it to go all the way down to the wood too, so I'm just trying to be thoughtful and ahead of the game. I'm going to start from here and go the other direction. Hey. Alright, let's go. There it is. So I should be able to pull this up now and not... Ooh, just a little bit there. Again, not the end of the world, but just carefully. Okay. So I'm going to come at it from both angles on this one, I think. Okay. Careful when you're you can't see. Careful when you're pulling your blade this way, right? If you cut that, you're done. All done. Don't do that. There we go. And I think I got this one in its entirety. Yay. All right. Peeling it off. I think we can pretty much get this, more or less, this whole back area here kind of just out of the way. Gimme. I am gonna guess that I don't need that anymore. I want this. Yes, I do. Oh, you dirty little. Get in there. Stay with your friends. There we are. Okay. So, see what we mean here? It's all tucked down in there. So now what we're going to do is just make sure it's all tight. It's all nice and tight, like, especially in the corners. There we go. Okay. It's looking pretty good, to be honest. We are going to be good. So I'll show you what I mean here. So when this piece goes in, a little straggler there. All right, so when this piece goes in, which it should just fit, there it goes. Oh my God. See that? But it fits in there. It's a little looser than I'd like it. I might use a different piece. I don't know. We're going to see about that. But more or less, now you can kind of get an idea of what's going on there. All right, see how we got a little bit of a lip, but you can't see where the Tolex ends? That's what we're trying to do. All right. A little nerve-wracking. Let me tell you, just a little nerve-wracking. We're not done yet. We still got more to go. I'm not worried about this bottom half right now, okay? Like, I can cut this later. It's not the end of the world with what we got going on down here. But I need to get this thing tucked into the seam down there that I was talking about. So it's time for a short little mini break while I clean up some space here and get some Tolex strips chucked away. All right, let's see here. 12 of you are actually sticking around to watch this. That's amazeballs. Not gonna lie, that is freaking amazeballs. Now this is a little thick to fit that thing into that seam I was talking about. Unfortunately, you may need a screwdriver. I have found it easier to use one with a very dull, dim tip. And I just happen to have another tool that makes it a little bit easier. Right here. Is this the one that's got the duller edges? Yeah. So I use use one of these. It just helps get it slid down in there. So it's kind of a brat and a half, and I'm not going to be able to really show you at first what I'm talking about here. But more or less what you have to do is lift up and peel back some of the work that you've done. Because what we're trying to do is get it to slip into the, oh yeah, there we go, come on baby. And then you gotta work it from one end. I find it works really well if you just work from one end and work down to the other, right? That sort of deal. But it's a pain in the butt either way. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna do this here, and you'll kind of get to see it after the fact. I'm just doing it, okay? Just bear with me, I am doing it, okay? The thing I was talking about, I am doing it. Don't you worry. Oh yeah, there you go. Get down in there. Get down in there. Get all in there. What I'm doing, you need to be careful with though. You do not want to push too hard, and it'll make sense in a moment. I will show you what I'm talking about. Trust you me, I will get you in on this somehow. But just bear with me, okay? There it goes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's settled in there all nice like. Oh yes. It's so nice when it works like it's supposed to. Okay. Okay. Let's see if I can get this thing to pull up and work with me a little bit more. There it goes. Okay. Okay. So what I've done, see there? See how it's tucked into the seam? Does that make sense? I've used this guy and I've pushed it in, right? Does that make sense? All right. Doop, doop. Well, I have to work it in the whole way. But if you apply too much pressure on a corner, you're going to rip the Tolex. Don't rip the Tolex. But you want it to be seated at the bottom. And I tried to get a fair amount of glue down in there. Maybe not enough. What I can tell you is that it really doesn't matter. That seam is there for only two reasons. One is just to make a beautiful edge, so that way that when the the Tolex comes over, it's just over the edge and disappears. The front fascia piece is going to cover it anyway. You're never going to see it. The second thing that it's doing for me is it's actually going to the slot provides a place where I can run some wire. I'm hoping this wire is going to work. We're going to find out. So now I'm going to kind of go the other way. Maybe you're not going to be able to see it. It's unfortunate, but so the way that this works, so you got to peel it. So we've got glue on the tape. So obviously you're never going to get this thing pushed in there if it's glued to the tape. Now it'll probably be smart for me to just remove the tape because I can't stick to it if there's nothing, But once you get it pulled back a little bit, you can see down in the slot there, I clear any stickies. And then what I do is I work this thing in there on one edge. And I'm just trying to walk it down our little slot there. And it'll just kind of pull itself down nice and tight like until it bottoms out. And that's all I do. And again, doesn't matter because it's just there for looks. There we go. This one went a little bit easier. So if you got enough glue on this back side here, not this side, I'm not worried about that side. That side gets covered with a veneer anyway, but on that side there, you want to make sure you get glue in there because that is what's going to help hold this stuff in place. Now again, there is a piece of metal that's going up the side here that will get screwed down. It's never coming out. You're never going to see that seam ever again. Unless you take the amp out of the box, which don't take the amp out of the box, okay? Just don't do that. Never take the amp out of the box. What's in the box? All right, we're gonna just keep moving around here. We got a couple more sides to go here. That actually went, this is the smoothest it has gone for me. And I can tell you right now, a lot of it just comes down to having done it a few times before. And you kind of learn what the process is. Learning is half the battle, let me tell you. But once you kind of learn what your process is, it really makes it a lot easier. And this little part that I'm doing here, most people don't do. I'm the only one who does it, so don't you dare do it. That is a legacy amp sort of thing right there. I'm teasing, of course, but I wanted it to look nice. I didn't want it to just be a raw edge. Most amp companies, they just cover the front of the amp up anyway, so you never get to see the internals and all the fun stuff that actually you paid all the money for. That's why I try to make these boxes such lookers. You spend a lot of money for an amp like this. Why on earth would you cover it up so you cannot see it? That part just baffles my mind. It disappoints me. I don't like it. So I make it so you can see all the fun stuff. That's it. That's my only reason. Now I got to get the back side tucked in. This part's going to be a little fun because it's tight. But we're going to do it. It's going to happen. So, again, I got to get this back corner here tucked into that little thing too. Might be easier though. Everything, I made the gap this time just a little bit bigger than I have in the past. because it's been problematic for me to get it down in there. So it's going much, much, much easier than it has in times before. Let me tell you. And I'm quite happy, quite smitten. There we go. Now it's tucked in there. And again, you're never going to freaking see it. All that work for you to never see it. How nice am I to do all that work for you for something you're never going to freaking see? At least you shouldn't ever have to see it. The hope is that you never do. Unless you take the amp apart because you want to gawk at it. That's okay too. That's okay too. I'm down with the sickness on that. I do it too. Because I want to see what all my money went towards. Now this is free. This amp is for free. Somebody is winning this thing. I do not know who. I have not seen a single entry yet. I do not know who's in the competition. I don't even know how many people are in the competition. It's not a competition. The lottery. Whatever you want to freaking call it. Whatever it is that you want to call it, I have not seen any of the entries into it. How's that? Okay. All right. So, let's see here. Wow. I did a really good job. I don't know if you guys know this, but I did a really good job. That's all coming off. That's great. So the last thing that's really kind of left is up here on the top. So what we're going to do is peel this back a little bit. Now, this part is a little less important at the moment, because what I'm about to do really doesn't do anything for us at this point in time. Because we need to put the other side in. And that actually worked out quite well. See how I just missed that corner on that one? That really bums me out. Again, you're not going to see it. It is covered, but... Now the question is, do I cut it now? Or do I wait a little bit longer? Part of me is... I'm in debates on how I want to do it exactly, but... You can kind of see we're probably still a little too wet on this, so this will dry up. Ooh, that was close. I think we're going to be able to make this work okay. So here's the beauty of little mistakes like that, is that we have to put the other piece of Tolex on there still, so we can cut that Tolex along that seam. Again, you're never going to see it. It's going to be underneath a corner. I guess I could have been a little bit evil and pulled this over a little bit more, but I'm not going to, it's going to be okay. I know that we're going to be okay. I worry not. Okay. I think it would be wise for me, goodness gracious, sorry, to cut at least what I can get to. So I'm going to be very careful to just cut. I want to cut along the back corner. And I don't want to cut the thing. So we're just going to kind of cut down the middle here and get into the back corner there. There we go. Ta-da! Ta-da! And then we're going to make sure that's tucked in there all nice and tight-like. I tried to put a fair amount in there of the glue. Doesn't always stick so well on some of these things like that, but whatever. We're gonna just deal. Yay! It's almost time for the real heavy deal, because this is done. Ah. Okay. Got that, got that, got that. Time to peel off some paint. Golly, the words. Time to peel off some tape. Now I'm also poised with, should I cut the other strips off while I'm at it? I'm going to cut the other strips off. I don't need them. So I'm going to get down there, I'm going to cut those out as well. or 2, I should say. And we're just, that one is a little less critical. You just kind of got to go down the middle. In my case, I'm just trying to be careful not to nick. So when I'm cutting, I'm just trying to be careful not to nick into this. I mean, it's non-incidental, but we don't want to ruin anything if we don't got to. All right, so there we go. Got another little strip there. Keep on keeping on here. Just keep on keeping on. So I start on one side and then go into the other side and work my way down the other way. Who dat? Somebody's texting me. I don't know who that is. Sorry. Not sorry. Alright. Another one bites the dust. Alright. And down the other way. Okay. Now, I don't have the amp here. The amp is up the block at my friend's house, my friend Michael's place. He is doing some break-ins for us, I guess, if you will. He's doing some testing to make sure it's going to do what it's supposed to do for us. Isn't he so kind to do that for us? Really? Come on now. All right, so now I'm going to peel off the tape for this bottom half here. Perfect, 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 perfect. And I know you can't see what I'm doing. You're not missing anything. Just trust me, you're not missing anything. Now what we need to do is, you can't see it because it won't focus, but we will have to tape this off here because we don't want any glue getting on that. So just something else to think about. No, this, that, and the other. Yada, yada, yada. And make sure that's down in the corner there. So let's get this little bit here off. But we want to leave the tape on here because that part we don't want, we don't want getting glued up. Okay, so that's the front side ready to go. Time for the back. Oh yeah. All right, let's see here. Okay. And be careful coming around the other side here. I don't know what I have going on. I still have to cut the back piece out yet. I haven't done that yet, so let's figure that out here now that I need to do it. Okay. So I got the little, I'll show you what I mean here. The little wings in the back here, I got to cut those out yet still. I haven't done that yet, so let's get that figured out. I'm just going to make sure that they are sunk. I'm certain that they are. Yeah, it's looking pretty dang good if you ask me. Sunk quite well. Now that is really tight, so I'm going to do this a little out of view for you guys. I apologize, but it's a brat and a half. So, nah. Come on now. And I think I can do better at the top there. Let's see what we got here. See if we cut it or not. Well, I got most of it. Yeah, it's just a little bit at the tippy top. There we go. All right. There it went. I'm going to peel a little bit back out, so we're going to stuff it back in the hole. There it is. Ta-da! Like a glove. Okay, One more side to go. Yay! I think I'm going to try to lengthen this up just a little bit more. That might help, maybe. I don't know if that cut it or not. I'm going to try it the other way though, just to make sure. Sure seems like it did. Survey says. Oh yeah. Oh, I missed it again, just right at the freaking tippy top, man. It's all good. Don't matter. Stuff it back in the hole. Call it a day. Get in your home. Thank you. All right. Now, stuff this in the corner there. Oh yeah. Oh my goodness. So wonderful. So wonderful. So yeah, this stuff is no longer like sticky, but when you push it to itself, oh, she's sticky. And it hasn't even cured yet. So we're doing good. We're doing good. Okay. Now what we need to do is we need to apply some tape along. Focus you. Thank you. We need to apply some tape around the edges here in the spots that we don't want stuff. Stop telling us where to stuff it. You know what? I'll tell you what. Stuff it where the sun don't shine. I'm being clever, if you will, but it is time. Ooh. Oh, that sound. Ooh, that's a nice amber color. Today we are busting out with the 7 years, 2 months. It is 56.3%, 112 proof, 112.6 proof. I'll tell you where you can stuff this. Ooh, sick burn. I'm teasing, I'm kidding. I know you, I don't know if I know you that well or not. I just know if I laugh at the end of what I say, I'm probably kidding. I'm only serious like 5% of the time. One of my rules in life is pretty simple. I think it makes sense. If it's not fun, it's not worth doing. And if it's worth doing, it's worth doing right. Does that make sense? I think that makes sense. So, in either case, that's just kind of my little mantra, if you will. All right, so we need some tape. Let's get some tape and cover up some zones here that we don't want stuff to get to. So let's cover stuff up. There's that. Now I want you to cover all my stuff. Sorry, my head's in the freaking way. My balding head. My balding head. This part's going to be a little bit tough right here. There's enough sticky stuff to be there that's sticky, but it has lost some of its stickiness. So I got to figure out how I'm going to freaking re-sticky that, if you will, without, you know. I don't know how I'm going to pull that off, to be honest. We're going to figure that out. Just real time. Boop. All right. Dun dun a ticky tacky. Dun, 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 dun. I can't remember that ticky tacky song. Dun dun a ticky tacky. One step closer. Yes, we is. I think I'm gonna try to be a dickwad here. I'm gonna try to make this corner piece work itself out here. I want to tape the words. I want to be able to kind of glue that section there, so we make sure that at least that is sticking really well. So I'm gonna try to be clever. It may not work in my favor, is what I'm getting at. So now I can glue up to that point when I peel off the tape. Ain't no thing but a chicken wing. Ain't no thing but a chicken wing. Yeah, I'll freaking take that. Come on. I gotta do it again on this side because, you know, freaking balls. Because balls. There we go. This isn't really hyper important what I'm trying to do right now, but I'm trying something different here. I want to make sure these things are going to stay in there. Now this is going to get some piping down in there, so I'm not like, it's not sticking very well either. It's just disappointing me. I either waited too long or not long enough or something. Again, not the end of the world because piping will be in there. And it's in such a spot too where if push comes to shove, there's this stuff called super glue. So I know it will stick. It has no choice, but it's just interesting that it doesn't want to at the moment. It was a little thick on the edges too. So if you put this stuff on too early, it will not stick very well. Conversely, if you wait too long, it also will not stick. It's like that. There's like this fine edge. Now this one's going to be much, much easier to deal with because it's literally just a small sheet, which I still have to cut. I haven't cut that yet because, you know, glutton for punishment and all that jazz. But whatever. Yeah, almost worked in my favor. Did not. Whatever. Ooh, that one kind of did. I will accept those terms. Okay, then what we're going to do, this part's going to kind of suck a little bit, but whatever. We're going to deal with it too. Because I got to put a piece of tape over this because I don't want that to have glue on it. So we're going to put just a little strip. Somebody say strippers? Golly. You need to go a little further, apparently. There we are. Yeah, we'll go with that. I'll go with that. Danger, Will Robinson. Danger. Yeah, we're going to go a little extra fur on this one. And there's that. But this one here, we're going to just tuck under. I don't care about that little spot right there. So a little spot like that is non-incidental. The reason being is that it honestly, this stuff, even after it hardens, you can just rub it off. It just rubs off afterwards. Cleanup isn't horrible. It's just, it's, you know, it's a thing. It's just a thing. That's all. Okay. Time to get high again. Woo! Fucking Andy and his turtle mode over here. Look, I didn't say this was going to be fast. I certainly did not say that this would be fast. I'm going to close the door. I want to make sure I get the full effect. Oh. All right, so I think it would be smart for us to get the other piece that we need to cut first. And I kind of put all the stuff away because I was foolish. But I know where it's at. Clever enough to have made sure it stayed somewhat put. All right, I think I put a roll within a roll, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, I did. The problem is I don't know which roll I want to use. Come to daddy. Pretty sure that's the roll I wanted to use. But let me double check and see here. Nope. We're going to use this other roll. This is our full roll. That's the real deal. That's the stuff that's going to get us 2 more amps. But we also want to make sure that this stuff here, we use as little as we need to get what we got to get done. So I'm going to set the cabinet elsewhere for a moment. And I'm going to move some stuff around so we can play with things. knock it off. There we go. Move this away for a moment as well. We're gonna have to hide the bottle. Hiding the baba. All right, let's see here. Okay, they actually did pretty dang good. All right, so we're gonna have to move this, I think, as well. We need to measure things. So we only need a piece that's about 18 inches wide. So if I make it 18.5 inches, that's fine. But 18 inches is enough to do the whole thing. But I'm going to shoot for 18.5. Might as well go 19 inches. So it needs to be 19 by 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I think I did 16 inches the last time, is what it was. So 16 inches. Where did I put that thing? That's, yeah. All right. So we need one that is 16 by 18.5. So let's kind of see what we're going to have here. I know that it's long enough this way. I want to kind of see what it is width-wise here. And if I'm not mistaken, one angle or one width should be about, that's 42. Okay. I'm future-proofing things here a little bit. I'm trying to think. If I go 16 inches, that's 32. That leaves not enough for a third one. So we don't want to kind of go that way. But if I go the other way, how wide is it? This thing is pretty square, but I don't think it's like super. You dirty mother trucker. Sorry. There it is. All right. So it was 42 in that dimension. Let's see what it is in this dimension. It is 38. Guess what? 16 and 16 is 32. So it looks to me like we're going to cut it more or less down this way, because that will ensure us at least 2. And then I think width-wise, we had 42 inches, but I only need 18.5 in length, right? Does that make sense? So I can get four pieces out of this, more or less, is what I'm getting at. 16 inches this way, 16 inches this way, and I only need 18.5 in the other direction, so make it 19 or 20. We had 42, so if I make it 20, that's still an extra 2 inches. That makes sense? So that's what we're doing right now. So we're going to cut it lengthwise that way. So I'm going to flip this thing over. I'm going to measure over 16 inches. And I'm going to put a marquee once I get my marker out. And we're just going to work this out. I work it out. All right. So 16. Good enough for me. Stay. All right. $16. 16. I got one more, maybe two. Go like that. 16. All right. I am now at a spot where I can double check my work before I freaking screw myself. All right. I said I needed 10 inches wide, which we need 10 inches wide, by 3/4 by 3/4. So just make it 1 by 1. So that's 10, 11, 12. I need an inch in and an inch in. So that's 13, 14. And then I bought myself another inch on either side. 16. I got another 16 out of here. We're going to get 4 pieces out of this. So I'm going to continue my line, and we are going to coot. So how am I going to do this? Do I want to do it this way? I think I'm going to try to do it this way. Let's see how this is going to work for me. Ooh, working. Working. And how did we do? Seems like we did all right. Those three line up. And I'll be damned. Close enough. Close enough. All right, we're going to go with that. Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah. Probably didn't need to close the lid up, but whatever. I'm closing my lid. Close your lid. Close your lid. All right, let's go. And. Close enough for me. All the lines crissy-crossied. I will accept those terms. Thank you so much. Okay, so now I got to get my Sharp-A scissors out. Sharp-A scissors. Okay, and then I'm going to set a depth because these things work really well at just cutting. Oh, you mother trucker. Gravity! Gravity! I need something heavy. I got something heavy. You just stay right there. All right, here we go. All right, let's do this here. Set a depth, and we're just gonna drag it along. And off we go. Don't you laugh at it. That's satisfying. Isn't it? Was it like the satisfying sounds or whatever they freaking call it? Some ASMR there for you. All right, let's make sure I got the right direction here. I'm pretty sure this is a 16-inch piece that I'm holding on to right now. Let's just double check. Pretty certain of it. Yeah, 16. All right, this is the piece that we're gonna cut down to 18 inches now. So now what I gotta do is go 18 inches. No, 18 and a half. But this thing is, I believe it was 42 inches. So I might as well go to 20 inches. Yeah, we're gonna just go to 20 inches because may as well. That gives us more than enough on either side. We can't mess it up. Just can't mess it up. Right? So we're not gonna mess it up. We're just gonna blam. Blam. All right. You're welcome. Oh, I mean, excuse me. Sorry, that was rude, but whatever. Sorry, ladies. I did tell you this was a man's channel, did I not? I'm pretty certain I did. I've said it multiple times. I'm not here to appeal to the other side. Probably don't appeal to most others either, so whatever. But whatever, I do what I do. And when I gotta burp, I burp. Come on, baby. Blam. Blam. But bitch, put in. Bitch, put in. Blam. You ever watch that? Freaking, what is that freaking show? Robot Chicken with Bitch Pudding. Oh my god, that's the best show ever. Wait, that's the one I want. No, that's not the one I want. This is the one I want. Alright. This is the spar piece over here. So we got some extras. Yay! Love me some extras. 9 of you. I lost your attention. You guys weren't huffing glue with me? Like, if you were huffing glue with me, this would be the most interesting thing on the planet. I'll tell you right now. You'd be like, oh my god, this is so amazeballs. I'm only half freaking kidding. Jeez. Why do you take me so serial? Alright, let me double check my math here. So this thing should be 20 inches in one dimension. It is. And it should be 16 in the other. Alright, it is 16 in this dimension, 20 in that dimension. Right? Now, in theory, I should probably at least put some sort of marking where the center line is so I can figure out where the hell we need to put this dang thing. So what I'm going to do, where I put my damn pen? I didn't put it away. I know I didn't put it away. There it is. It's right here. All right. So here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. Gosh, dang it, shorten up. All right. It's 16 inches wide. We're going to go 8 and 8 on the edges here. So there's 8 there, because whatever. And we're going to go here. There's 8 there. All right. It's 10 inches wide. That's all we're caring about is 10 inches. So we need 2.5 inches or 5 inches either direction of that. So we're just going to kind of set our baseline here. So we need to fit this thing basically in this space right here. So we're going to go ish. So yeah, right in there and right in there. All right. Does that make sense? So where was that? Where does that put us at? That's basically 4 inches from the edge. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Doesn't freaking matter. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to just do this. The reason, and I'm just going to do like little marks here and there. We don't have to go crazy. The purpose for this is just so that way when we set this thing down, we know where, oop. How high am I? Ferk. Horrible. There we go. I won't mess that one up later. Never know. I might want to make sure I'm right on 12 inches. You couldn't see it anyway because my fat freaking head was in the way. My apologies. All right. We got that. We got that. It's going to sit in here. It doesn't matter because we know that the box is going to fit well within the confines of this thing. All right. You can't tell, but I can tell you right now, we're over the edge on both sides, right? Both sides are over the edge. We don't have to go all the way to the edge. So that's not even a problem. We're not even worried about that. So all we need to do now is paint this up, paint that up, and we can stick it. You gotta lick it to stick it. So let's do this. I'm gonna just put this over here for now. I'm gonna paint the top first, and then we're gonna do the bottom. I want a couple things though kind of tightened up a little bit. I'm gonna need this again. That's gonna go there. There's my paintbrush. I want to take a little break, more or less is what I want to do. It's 8 o'clock. We have been doing this for 3 hours. I told you this was going to be like a long one. I never lie. I never lie. If this were freaking easy, everybody would be freaking doing it, okay? All right, so talk to me, everybody. Thank you, Steven. I appreciate the thumbs ups. Oh my gosh. You can do this. I'm not kidding. I make it sound like it's a brat and a half, and it is kind of a brat and a half, but it is totally 100% doable. You can absolutely do this. I'm not going to say it's easy, but it certainly doesn't. It's not like impossible. Like if you can manipulate a freaking razor blade, you're good. So all I got to be able to do is manipulate a razor blade. That's like the most daunting task really of it, is making sure you don't screw up your cuts. You don't want to screw up your cuts. And I'm already having a challenge right now. So, no, I guess, no, I will be, it is a challenge. So remember I was talking about when you cut down the sides there, right? So we got to lay this thing over and we got to cut down that. Usually you would do that without that being there. So we're going to have to do something a little bit different even. I think what I'm going to do is cheat a little bit. I'm going to stick something underneath there and I'm just going to line it out. I'm just going to line it along the thing and we're going to cut along that because I do not want to cut into this, okay? That would be ungood. But the problem is that if I put like that card here in this space, right? Because I can fit this right there and I can use this as an edge and cut along that. I can tell you right now that even just the thickness of this card and cutting it with the thickness of the Tolex there, it will shrink enough that that gap will open up. Like that gap will open up, even with just that little bit there. It's a combination though. It's this thickness plus the thickness of the Tolex that you're trying to protect. that will make it so it won't stay stuffed in the corner, right? So I'm gonna try to make it so it's fat. And what I mean by fat, baby fat, is I'm gonna put the thing over, lay it over, and I'm gonna cut it down this thing, right? And we're gonna just shoot for being fat. It does not matter in the corner if it's a little bit thick, right? I like them thick, all right? Just saying, I like them a little thick. All right, in all seriousness though, you want to make sure that you got more material in that corner than you need, because when it does shrink a little bit, again, this stuff here, because it expands the material when you apply the glue, and you saw it kind of curled the material up. When it expands, it will contract when it cools off, or settles, cures, whatever the hell you want to call it. So you want to make sure that you have extra material, or you're tight into the seams. Otherwise, you're going to be trying to pinch them out later on. And let me tell you, pinching them out will give you a blister on your finger. Ask me how I freaking know. Lone Dog, what's going on? Yes, encourage, please do. I'm going to tell you right now, this is a task that you do with beers in hand or a drink of choice in hand. Freaking yummy too, by the way. This is some good stuff. I still would say that the Four Roses single barrel cask strength, if you can find the Four Roses single barrel cask strength, it's just a notch above this stuff. Maker's Mark is good, don't get me wrong. I'm a bourbon guy. I really prefer bourbon over whiskey. So just saying, if you're looking to send a gift to somebody, I'm teasing. So in either case, that's where we're at right now. This is going to turn out really good. I already know that. We will get the piping put in. You little bitch. We will get the piping put in tonight. So there's that. So let's start painting. Let's paint. Let me double check, make sure I got all my. Yep. We are good. We are good to paint. All right. Let's get this out of the way. We don't need a tape measure anymore. All right. Get this out of the way too. We don't need that. That can go there. And sticky. Getting high. What was that song? It was a freaking Black Sabbath song for sure. So sticky. Getting high. It's on Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. I'm pretty certain of it. That's the album that song is on. Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. Getting high. Whatever. Don't listen to me. I'm just drunk-tarded. Just drunk-tarded enough to be a drunk-tard. I'm not really drunk, but I'm trying to be cheerful and in a good mood. It takes a lot more than that to get me that freaking drunk. Trust you me. Trust you me. I am not a lightweight. I'm a pro. I am a pro. I am a rock star, everybody. I have been down this road. I know how to play the game. It takes years of practice. It takes years of practice to get where I've gotten. Come on, baby. There we go. Ah, there's a spot there. There's a spot there. Let's get that spot. Yeah, there we go. I want to make sure, I want a nice fat layer is really what I'm going for. Not that the bottom is all that important. It's important. But I want to make sure that the bottom is good. So I'm just working this stuff out. You probably can't really, you can actually kind of see it there. You can kind of see where it's thick and thin. And I'm just trying to make sure that it's got a nice even coat. But you can actually kind of see it. I'm kind of shocked. The light is actually working for you right now in that regard. Now we're going to try to stuff this in there. What's happened is that it's peeled away on the edges there. It's going to be a brat and a half. Luckily, we've got Well, luckily. Just luckily. Don't worry about it. It's just luckily. Oh boy. Baby fat. What was that? That was a brand or something at one point, wasn't it? I can't remember. Don't. I'm not hip enough to be square. You know what I mean. Don't you laugh at it. Too hip to be square. You know the rules. Alright, so we're getting down to the edges now, so I just want to make sure that we get the edges all nice and did up, all nice like. So I didn't do myself a service. I started on the top here, and I need to paint up now because I was a dumbass and didn't think about the fact that I was going to be painting upwards to get the other half, because darn it all to hell. That is kind of a misfortune, an unfortunate event in that regard. Oh, yeah, no, I fucked up. That was dumb. Oh boy. I got a little schmoo, right? So I'm trying to get it down into the seam there. Based on what I'm seeing, I'm going to have myself a job and a freaking half. I'm going to have to rotate this thing. So I'm going to have to drop this. You're going there. Not going to bother. So I'm going to try to help myself a little bit here. Get over there. All right. Darn it. I did not make this easy for myself. Ferk derp. Ferk derp. Derp derp. You know, if it were easy, everybody be doing it, right? And get in there. Yeah. Okay, we're just gonna start on the bottom and get it over with here. I'm gonna start down here and get it. I don't know how that's gonna work. It's again, the freaking slot that I have down there is not like that. It doesn't matter really, because it's not doing anything. Like, it's there for looks. So, is what it be though. All right. All right. I just want to make sure we get the bottom half here all nice and good. I think I'm pretty good on that, actually. All right. And it's a little dry over here already, so we're going to just do a little bit of a thicken up. Again, we just don't want it to turn out on us here. All right. I think we've kind of reached that point. It's starting to get unmanageable. Too much. All right. So now I need to do a couple things here all at once. First and foremost, I got schmoo there. Not good. So we're going to just... Where did I put that little piece? How do I want to do this? I think... Knock it off. Peel. There it is. There. Get over there, get in there. Titter! Alright, there we go. Good enough for me. Okay, that's cooling off. Let's get this thing all did up now. Okay. I'm going to try to get it so it's all on there this time. All right. Just going to go for it here. Blah. I'm going to start from the middle. Probably not a wise idea, but we're going to do it. Oh boy. Went a little further out than I wanted to. I don't even need it that far out. I made this thing so wide, like, I probably could have gone an inch in on either end. It wouldn't have mattered, but whatever, we're here now. Are we having fun or what? You're watching some dude literally smear schmoo. Smear schmoo. Riley, are you still in here or did you go to bed already? I know it's pretty late for you guys over there on the other side of the pond, but just checking. Just curious. I see some familiar faces. A couple here and there. Andy trying to give me shit for being slow as a dog turd, but whatever, you know. So you just gotta go. Everybody goes at their own pace, all right? Mine is not that fast. I'm all about precision. I wish I could say that was true. It's not the case. I'm just a guy, and you guys are looking at the top of my head. I apologize. I'm just a guy trying to do a good job. Trying to do a good job. Trying to make great amplifiers that look as good as they sound. That's a big thing for me. That was one of my biggest things. So the reason that I do the cabinetry the way that I do, and I know you guys haven't really gotten to see it yet, for those of you who are new to the channel. So for those of you who are new to the channel, I do my cabinetry a bit different. As you may or may not have noticed, I make it so that you can see the face of the amp, you know, all the stuff inside that you paid for. Right? That's my thing, is like, you spend all this money for this freaking amplifier and you never get to see any of it. So I hate closing up the front of the box. Oh, a little spider down there. Hey, Mr. Spider. So I hate closing up the box. That's more or less what it comes down to. So I do it in such a way where I expose all the innards, for better or for worse, which makes it an engineering challenge because you're running it basically in reverse, like the way the cabinetry works. But I also try to make the cabinetry like aesthetic enough, I guess that's the word for it, where it in and of itself is artistry, or artisan, if you will. You know what I mean? So I'm not trying to just, I don't want it to just be a freaking box with my name on it. That's more or less what I'm getting at. Like, it's not just a box with my name on it. I want you to look at the box and be like, oh my God. Every time you look at it, like, oh my God. And then I want you to play it and think the same thing, like, oh my God, I spent all this money on this thing, this inanimate object, and every time I look at it, I'm full of pride, and every time I play it, I'm full of pride. Like, you know what I mean? That sort of thing. Like, I have this thing that is just awesome. Like, definitely a step above anything else that's out there. Two Rock doesn't hold a candle to what I got. That kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like, no freaking joke. Like, serious business over here. Okay? But I try to make it fun. So I'm not an asshole. I'm not I'm not stuck up about anything. I'm not, staunch about a lot of things either. Just try to be a real person who's got a sinus issue because he's huffing fucking glue right now. Holy cow, this stuff is gnar. But you know what I mean? Like, I think you get what I mean. Like, I want you to feel a sense of pride and joy when you get this thing. And I want it to be, the reason I named the company Legacy, even against, you know, some, you know, well-intentioned advice, you know, a lot of people wanted me to name it after my name. So I kept it pretty close. I mean, the L that you see is my signature, if you will. But the point was that legacy, what is a legacy? It's something that you hand down. It's a thing that you spend a lifetime achieving, building, crafting, whatever it is you want to call it, you know, whatever it might be. You spend a lifetime building a legacy. And what do you do with that legacy is you hand it down to the next, you know, your next gen, if you will, or your whoever it might be, whatever it might be, whatever it means to you, that's what it is. But that's the idea, is that I've created something that you are that proud of that it is handed down in infinitum to whomever you deem worthy. No more, no less. That's all we're shooting for, is that level of pride and, you know, whatever you want to call it. So now you may not agree with that. You might be like, Luke, you're a freaking nutbag. Spending all this time and energy getting that high off of freaking glue fumes. And no, but 2 days ago, I couldn't imagine doing this every day. That's for damn sure. I'm glad I don't have the ability to bang one of these out a week, because if I had to do this once a week, I probably wouldn't be half as sane as I currently am. Rye, I'm not a fan of rye. It stems from a bad experience as a kid. Believe it or not, I went to church a lot when I was a kid. And my parents sent me to a summer school, like, you know, a little Bible camp or something like that. But while I was there, we were making some sort of crafts, and it was with old used cans of, you know, Campbell's soup or whatever. It was like used cans, right? Whatever it was that we were making. And I don't know what the hell happened. I felt fine. And I can remember it clear as day. I'm in this little spot, doing my little thing, making my little craft. I'm playing with the can, and I could smell the can. Oh, what the heck? And then not even 20 minutes later, I was yakking like nothing else. Like, I was just sick as sick as ever could be. And I swear to God, it was because I smelled that can. What did that can smell like? To this day, if I smell rye, I get the heebie-jeebies, because that is the closest thing I can attribute that smell to. There are very few, I will pretty much palate anything. Sans a few things. Cabbage is one of those things that I'm not a fan of. I don't do cabbage. I don't do coleslaw. Cabbage. You know, I'm not a fan of hummus. Can't do hummus. I just can't palate it, right? There's just certain things I cannot palate. Rye bread is one of them. So Reubens are off the table for me. Rye whiskey, I've tried it, just to say that I have. It has just enough a hint of rye that I start getting a little queasy about it. I don't know what it is. But rye and me do not get along, and it stems from that moment in my childhood. There's a lot of things that stem from moments in your childhood. Imagine that. The only reason I am here today, and I've talked about this before, it's coming up on Mother's Day, so let's give love where love is due, right? So my mom, when I was a kid, was always trying to get me to do things. Bless her heart. She's still with me, so I'm going to see her this weekend, I'm sure. But she was always trying to get me to do things, and I remember it was my 7th grade year or my 8th grade year. It was just the year before high school. So I want to say it was my 8th grade year. 9, 10, 11, yeah, 8th grade year. So they were starting up a guitar class. They had like, it was the first time ever they offered up guitar class lessons or whatever at school. But rye bread sucks. Whiskey though. Yeah, whiskey equals good for sure. So my mom was like, hey, you like girls, right? I'm like, yeah, I like girls. Well, you know, girls like guys that play guitar, right? I'm like, I like girls. So she's like, hey, you want to sign up? They got this class. No. Rest is history. I was 13 years of age, I think, at that time. 12 or 13. 12 at the time, because it would have been, yeah, whatever. Music has been a thing in my life ever since. I was a sound engineer for 25 years and still going. I still do sound gigs on occasion. I have transitioned out of that lifestyle, mainly because my wife wanted me to be around a little more. I don't understand why. But she wanted me to be home more, and I think she just didn't like the fact that I was out like 3 weeks out of the month doing shows. Like, the money's crazy. It's amazingly good when you get to the level that I got to, but it's not family friendly in that regard by any stretch of the imagination. So she wanted me to be home. I got married, so you gotta, take it with what you get, right? COVID kind of helped that out. So now I'm an IT technician. I work for a company that it's a pretty big company. Chances are pretty good that there's a product that you use on the daily, or eat, I should say, on the daily, that comes from the company that I work for. So without giving it away, we'll leave it at that. But for those of you on the other side of the pond, maybe not so much, but we do have people that travel to Spain and to France quite a bit. So quite a bit going on. We have a private jet. How's that? we're not small potatoes. So I work for a pretty large company, and my job is to just make people happy. And just try to make sure that, their needs are met. Be it whatever that might be. IT wise, of course. I'm not getting them coffee or anything like that, but I'll definitely change their toner if that's what's going to make them quiet. But yeah, I got to do sound for 25 years plus and going. I have a gig coming up here at the end of June. I might do a little live on that. I don't know. We'll see how that's going to work. Maybe I'll do a little snippet here and there or something that I'll include in some other videos that kind of shows you what it is that I actually used to do. But I get to play with it's going to be a ground stacked line array. So it's not the way that I prefer to do it. But since I'm doing it all by my lonesome, it's the only way I can pull it off. But the way that the stage is done up, I think I can get away with it and it'll work quite well. I am going to do a dash array. It's not really a true line array, but it's going to be a nice little dash array, if you will. But we're also going to go with a cardioid. It's not even a cardioid. It's an end fire sub array. I like doing sub arrays. I'm one of those geeks that I geek out on the math and all that stuff that's required to make, sub arrays work. I'm going to get a lot more out of 4 subs than most people would ever think possible. And the stage is going to thank me for it. And I think the neighborhood will too, because I'm not going to be splashing subwoofer content all over the place that doesn't do anything. So I'm doing some pretty cool things in that regard. I got some pretty cool offers at one point. I almost left doing what we're currently doing right now to do a different, go back into sound full time, more or less. I'm kind of thankful it fell through, to be honest. It was a ridiculous offer. Ridiculous. To say that it would have happened is a stretch of the imagination in and of itself. But had it happened, I mean, by this point in time, I can't even imagine where I would be. But thankfully, it kind of fell through the cracks and didn't happen. And here I am. So now I get to just do something else. I get to give back. So part of my thing for being a pile of shit, human being for most of my life is that I get to do this kind of stuff. So I get to build amplifiers and give them away for free. Believe it or not, I've already purchased stuff. I already have all the parts needed for the next giveaway amp. Imagine that. We haven't even finished the current giveaway amp, and I already have all the parts needed for the next giveaway amp. We're going to do that game a little bit different. It's not even a game. It will not be a game, but the way if you're here right now, 3.5 hours into this, 3 hours and 22 minutes or whatever into this, you're kind of getting privy to the next upcoming thing, right? Between Andy and I think we're going to be giving away probably damn near a half a dozen amps within the course of the next year, thereabouts. He's given away 2 or 3 this year. He's got another couple more to go. This will be the second amp for me in this year. As you see, it takes me a long time to build these things because I'm a freaking turtle. But I think that's just going to be the way of the future for me. I don't know that I can bang enough of these out fast enough to actually turn it into a business. So why turn it into a business when you can just make it a thing? So to me, it's kind of like, you know, Ken Fisher and Alexander Dumbles, right? Like that's, just imagine those guys, right? That's the name everybody that on the tip of everybody's tongue when it comes to creme de la creme of amplifiers that everybody wants and imagines, whatever. Maybe I'm not Ken Fisher or Alexander Dumble, none of the above, whatever. I might be the world's worst guitar amplifier builder on the freaking planet. That is up for you to decide. I don't care either way. I'm going to do this, and there's going to be a very small number of these things that ever get out into the world. Whether you purchase it from me or not, you're more than welcome to purchase one from me. If you have a model of mine that you're interested in, hit me up. I will build it for you. It will not be cheap. Believe me, it's not cheap. But if you want to wait, you're more than welcome to wait. But I can tell you now, I am growing. This is growing. This is a thing. It is going to grow. There is a point now where, yeah, it's almost impossible to give these things away. Right now, it's impossible to give these things away to a mass of people anyway. Like, nobody knows who I am. Nobody gives a frick who I am. But there is a point where this name right here, Legacy, this L, you're going to see that L, and you're going to know what it means. It's going to be legacy amplification. You're going to see that L, and you're going to be like, holy shit, I know exactly who that is. I'm right freaking here. All right? There's going to be a point, and you're going to see it, and you're going to be like, damn it, I want one of his amps. I can either purchase it, or I can wait on this lottery, right? It's only a few people now, 50, 60, maybe 70 people that are truly interested. There's going to be a point where it's going to be thousands. I can tell you right now that if this keeps on at the rate it's been going already for the next couple years, few years, it's going to be thousands of people that are on a list wanting to be the next one. The only way at some point that you're going to be able to get these amps at will is to purchase them. Not going to be cheap. I'm telling you right now, it is not cheap. I'm not saying that to be an asshole. The amount of time that I spend on these things is inane. It's freaking inane. We are easily encroaching the 200 hour mark on this thing. I do not show you literally every moment that I spend like designing all this stuff. Last night I spent 3 hours working on the veneer side of things for this thing. Like whatever, you don't care. All you care about is the product. I'm trying to make this come to a point where it's easier to make. We're trying to get there. We're going to get there. But, you know, right now, at the rate that I can do these things, I can't make a business out of it. Cannot make a business out of it. Until I'm selling 10 of these things a month and can actually pump out 10 of these things a month, it just won't be a business. So I'm just going to give them away. So at some point, there's going to be 100 of them out there. And just like the Ken Fisher and the Alexander Dumble thing, that's what it'll build up into. I think at some point, everybody's going to know what that L is. Everybody's going to know what YDNA is. Everybody's going to know what Riley... I don't know what Riley... Riley, where the frick have you been? We need to know what you're going to call your amp company. There is a mass of people coming up right now. I can tell you right now, there is a mass of people. I'm seeing new channels pop up, not daily, but pretty much monthly. There's Rat Farm, I think, or something like that, amps. There's a couple other amp companies out there that are much, much smaller in size than my current channel growth is right now. I think I was at 3,333 subscribers earlier today. Pow! Thank you guys so freaking much. It's unbelievable the amount of support and just everything else that I've gotten from this. At some point, we're hoping that this is going to churn out, you know, to be not profitable, but net zero. I'm hoping that the YouTube ads and just the super chats and all the other stuff that goes with it will kind of make this so it's just, you know, a forever project, right? Like, it doesn't cost me anything to do it, so it's just something I can do. At the moment, I do have to kind of plan this stuff out. Like, I cannot purchase all the stuff to buy or build an amp tomorrow, and then the next day after that, and the next day after that. I can't do 10 of these a year. Can't do it. Don't have that kind of income. So for right now, it's looking like maybe I can do 2 or 3 of these a year, maybe 2 at best. So we'll see. So if you're one of the 8 people currently watching this right now, or you're one of the few people that come back later and sticks around till the 3-hour, 30-minute mark and you get to watch what I'm just saying right now, you're probably one of the lucky ones. Because I'm telling you right now, this is going to be a thing. I'm going to perpetually give this stuff away at the moment. Gift horse may have to come to a you know, heel at some point, but the wife is a thing. But as long as I can continue to make this happen, I will try to make this happen. Andy's kind of on the same boat. Andy of YDNA Amplification, he's kind of on the same boat. I'm not going to speak for him, but we have talked quite a bit, and he's kind of on the same page. I think he's in agreement that it's just easier to build these things and give them to people that deserve them. He has a different style of giving them away, of course. My next one, and kind of where I was leading to earlier, I divulged, or as I divulged to, but segued away from. Frick was that? The next giveaway, I'm going to do a bit differently. There's not going to be a lottery. It's not going to be something like that where you have to enter into it. Nobody's going to know who the fuck it is. Like, period. Nobody's going to know who the hell it is. It's just going to be one. You're going to watch me. I'm going to be building it. It's going to be known as a giveaway amp. You do not know how you will be entered. You may not even know you were entered into it at all. But you will be well informed, because it will still be one of those sort of deals where you need to be present to win kind of thing, right? Must be present to win. You'll be well informed, because I'll put it out in posts in my videos and all that stuff that, hey, there is somebody on my list that will win this amp. They only need to be here at this point in time, at this date, whatever, at night or during the day, whatever it might be, Be present. There better be 1,000 of you, because it might be one of 1,000. I have 3,333 subscribers right now. 333 right now. 3333. 4 threes. That many. So that means there's 3,333 people at the very minimum that are potentially going to win the next amp. Whether you want to or not is up to you on being there that night. I'm an evil SOB. I hope you're hearing me. I know that I haven't gotten a lot of interaction on the thread at the moment, but you either get with the program or you don't. If you don't want the amps, that's fine. Don't want the amps. I'm going to make it so you do want them. I tell you right now, I'm not going to let anything out of the shop that I wouldn't want somebody to have in their hands representing. So there's that. There will be some more videos. Unfortunately, I don't have the amp with me in my possession this weekend. So today we're going to get this kind of done up, and it's going to be a little bit slow for the next couple days. I'm going to have to do some more CNC work. I will include that in the next live. The next live will probably be middle of next week. I'm stalling right now because I'm waiting for glue to literally tack up. It takes like 20 or 30 minutes. Trust me, you don't want to speed this up. Like, this is, I can see that it's still too wet. And I don't want to bust out the freaking heat gun right now. And I can already tell you right now that the freaking thing is still wet. It's cooled off a little bit right now is what it is. In California, it is currently where I'm at. What is it right now? It's usually 68 by 68. So let's see here. It is 61. No, it's currently 60 degrees. And what is the humidity? Does it tell me what the humidity is? It doesn't tell me what the humidity is. It's right around 60%. She's always right around 60 some odd percent. Thereabouts. So whatever. I hope you guys are on board with this. I hope you like this kind of stuff. I know that this live shit is boring AF. Like, this is not the fun way to watch an amp get built. I don't think that the next build that I do will be live. I'm going to go back to the video format. Here's the sad thing about it. The video format is actually a little more lucrative in terms of like the monetary aspect from YouTube. Right? Ooh, 87? Lone Dog. That's right. That's right. Yeah, you're in the freaking Emerald Empire over there. I say that, but I know you're in the Empire State area, but yeah. 87 degrees will definitely help with the drying time, but you want it to be dry. If it's 87 degrees and 80% humidity, not going to do you any good. Now over there where you're at, obviously it's a little bit drier because it's in the desert area. So yeah, that'll help. 44 degrees in Buffalo. 44 degrees will also lengthen the amount of dry time. This stuff likes warm, dry weather. Warm, dry weather. So you want to be in a heated space that is relatively dry. And when I say dry, I mean probably sub 50%, sub 50% humidity or something like that. But I don't know. Like, I really hope that this takes off because I'd really hate to do this for nothing. I want to try to give these things away entirely and never have to sell another one in the day of my life. I would love for the super chats and the freaking, monetary, the YouTube to just pay me to do this shit. That would be freaking amazeballs. But 76. Yeah, right. Don't try with the freaking, I know, I feel you because I'm in California too. This is bull crap. I've been lucky. I don't know what's changed. Maybe it's just that the house is a little bit emptier during the day. Maybe we're doing less laundry. I don't know what it is, but like during COVID, it was asinine. It was absolutely asinine. I was getting bills for my electrical bills. I'm in a house that's all electric. Now, I'm not in a freaking mansion. I'm in California. I don't own a mansion. I own a box. But my electrical bill was $500 a month. And there's only 3 or 4 of us living in this place at any given point in time. And it's not that big of a place. Like, 1,600 square feet, including the garage? Something like that. So it's not a very big place. So how does it get that expensive? You know what I mean? And it sucks because it's all electric. So it's not like I have the add, gas to help offset that. And where I live, they don't necessarily give you any rate cuts for that either. They want you to move to all electric, but they won't cut you any breaks if you already are. So it's kind of bullshit. And I went through a little battle with the city where I live. I kind of just basically stopped paying them. I was like, turn it off. Fuck you. And then they ended up in this little bit of turmoil for a while. And they worked out some sort of a deal. I don't know what the hell they did, but at one point or another, it finally started tapering down. The costs started tapering down to the degree where I was like, I can agree with this. I will pay you back what I owe you. Whatever. And I've since paid that all off. It wasn't an inane amount, but it was enough where you're just like, are you freaking kidding me? But it took enough people in the area to stop paying for them to realize like they were just gouging. They were literally like, they were sticking that thing in there and twisting it every which way and about, and it was killing us. Ugh. My parents are on solar. Yeah, no, it's bull crap. Like, they make it almost impossible. Yeah, not ready yet. They make it almost impossible to you're not allowed to go off grid, more or less. Like, you can't be self-sustaining. Where I live, they won't even let you collect rainwater. It's like, it's the craziness of stuff like that. It's just like, what the fuck? California, man. Oh, well, at least you have a fixed payment. That's something. I don't know. It's brutal, dude. over here in California, it's freaking brutal. Like, everybody wants to get the hell out of here. There's a few people that don't get me wrong. I'm not speaking for everybody, but most people, if they could make the same kind of income they make here, they would go anywhere else in the country. Hands down, right now, today, I snap a finger, half of freaking California would be out if they could, and it made sense. I love the weather. It's probably one of the only things that kind of keeps me here. Income wise, I'm doing okay. I'm not hurting. This isn't like, I'm not paycheck to paycheck at the moment, at least in that regard. Thank the Lord. I hope to God it keeps getting better, but, you know, if I lost my day job tomorrow, yeah, I'd be up shit's creek. This stuff would stop real quick, but, you know, I'm at least at the moment in a place where I can give back. So we're just going to keep doing that, and that's all. Yeah, right? Yeah, well, so lately the rate has been dropping. It's gone down about a third. And I thank the Lord every time I get the bill, because I cringe every time I open that freaking piece of paper. Like, if it's over $400, I freaking grit my teeth going, you motherfuckers. Like, literally, it could be the difference of me sitting out here and soldering for a couple extra days that it brings the bill up that much. It's nuts. Yeah, I could be putting money away for the retirement. There's a lot I could be doing. I mean, I'm not going to say I'm doing smart things with my money. I mean, obviously this is not a smart thing to do with your money. Just ask the wife. But it's, you know what? What else am I going to freaking do? Like, I need to be busy. I need to be doing something. I can't take the money with me. So, you know, I can't build the amps just for myself, because, like, what am I going to have? A wall of freaking amps that I built? That doesn't do me any good either. My biggest frustration. So here's part of the reason I got into building amps to begin with, was they're expensive. They're not cheap. The ones that you want are not cheap. And when I was a kid, or, you know, when I say kid, I'm talking my 20s. But when I was a kid, like, the amp that I wanted was a $2,000 toy. And I say a toy because even as a musician at that time, like, I did pretty good as a musician. I'm a good musician. I'm not a piece of shit, right? You know, whatever. I knew that the odds of me making a living out of it wasn't likely. Here's the problem, is that most all of these companies, and I'm talking like Marshall, Mesa, Bogner, and most of these other boutique companies, were really appealing mostly to the names that you have on a poster on the wall behind you, right? The Nuno Betancourts, the freaking, you know, Dimebag Darrells, and, you know, the freaking Jimmy Pages, and all that, all those guys. That's the market that they were really trying to appeal to. But they realized that everybody was going to go for that sound, right? What is Dimebag playing? Well, he's playing a freaking, I think he actually was in an ad for a Crate Blue Voodoo at one point. I'm just saying. I don't know for a fact, but whatever. There was a guy that was known that was playing Crate Blue Doo-Doos. You know, whoever it was, you know, Van Halen, of course, Eddie Van Halen for, you know, Peavey and the 5150s, right? Like, that was the poster child. That was the amp that you wanted to buy. Those amps were not cheap at that time. They're still not cheap even today, but by any standard. So I couldn't afford that crap. So what do you buy? You buy the absolute freaking crap. And boy, let me tell you, there was a period of time when crap was actually absolute freaking crap. The best thing since sliced bread, I'm going to shit you not, I'm not going to lie to you right now. The Jet City amps, I know they were all made in China. I know that they were kind of crappy transformers, this, that, no. Hey, see what's going on. PCB wise, as far as an amp could be built in that format, they were about as good as they came. They were very much problem free. They didn't really have any problems. They were just cheap components. So the one that I got didn't sound all that great. I wasn't impressed. And if that was anything like what a freaking Soldano actually sounded like, I was like, I don't know if I'm going to spend $4,000 on a Soldano. Better sound freaking 10 times better than this. All right, it was all those kind of things. I ended up with a PV Triple X at some point. And the only reason I kept it was a really good amp. I got it for really cheap. You know, I got it secondhand. And it's, you know, PV made beasts at the time. In the mid 1990s, PV was freaking killing it. So I even ended up with a 6505 Plus for a little while, and it didn't suit me. It wasn't my cup of tea, but whatever. So I just didn't keep it. Off it went. But to me, it was just like, okay, all the real good amps are expensive. I can't afford them. So the only way that I can have the amp that I want is to either modify it or build it myself. Well, I finally started making enough money at one point where I probably could have just bought a Bogner or whatever else. But I was like, no, I kind of just want to make my own. I want to just see if I can do it. I've been modifying amps for years, and yeah, there's something else. The 6505s are definitely an acquired taste. It's kind of like beer the first time you drink it. At first you're like, ugh, people drink this shit. But then you acquire a taste. I don't know. I'm still not a fan of them, but I wanted to just see if I could build my own. And I could, because I was modifying all the ones that I had prior anyway. So it was just like, okay, you know what? I can build my own amp. Fuck it. I'm just going to go all in then. So I built one. Next thing you know, I built two. Next thing you know, I got three. Here we are. This is the D7 that we're looking at. Now, design 7. You think 7 designs. Oh, that's not that much, right? When you consider the fact that I didn't really start actually building amplifiers until 2018, 2019, right in there. I mean, that's better than a design a year, if you want to, you know, about a design a year, thereabouts. A little bit, yeah, about a design a year. So take it as you will. The idea is to just try to keep on keeping on. Now, not only did I buy all the parts to do the next giveaway amp, I bought a whole nother amp too worth of stuff. I bought some stuff to make a platform amp is what I'm going to call it. It's going to be a 50 watt design. It will have, you know, some of the elements of this current design here, the D7. It's going to have some elements of that in it, but I'm not going to go with the high watt output section. I'm going to go with a more classic, you know, Marshall, Fender, Vox type of output section. So it'll be a 50 watt amplifier, but its predominant goal for me, or use for me, is to work on this output topology with XYZ, you know, preamp section. So I'm going to use it as a platform for me to kind of create my own preamp sections. I have some ideas that are kind of crazy, never been done before. Never been done before. I can tell you right now, it has not been done. I am going to do it. I'm going to try it. We're going to make it work. If it works, it will end up in an amp that will be a giveaway amp. But we're going to just kind of go down that path where we're going to have an exploratory design. My plan for those kind of things, at least with the exploratory amp, is to, for those of you who are subscribers, you'll get to see that kind of content. You know, like, hey, this is what I'm working on now. Check this out, right? That's kind of the idea behind it. This is always going to be a learning channel. I'm not going to hide anything from you. It's not going to be like, you know, I'm going to goop everything. There's not going to be any of that kind of crap still going on. The component values are always going to be face up. You're always going to be able to see what's there. That kind of stuff. But the objective is that I need to try to split off some things to make... I have 11 subscribers, or members now. I say members, but I have 11 members that are paying me money every month. Blows my freaking mind. Don't know how, don't know why. You're more than welcome to join. But obviously we got to sweeten the pot for them. We got to give them something that no one else can get. The channel is always going to be about learning. Here we are learning about how to Tolex an amp. And is this ready yet? Ooh, we're getting really close. I think we're about there. The head shell is just about ready. What do you know? And it's been damn near 15, 20 minutes since I started yip-yapping. So it's been almost half an hour. So as you can see, it takes a while for this stuff to dry now. Focus, you fack. So AC is being very, very kind right now. I will tell you this right now. The only amp that you played that day that was settled was the one that you really, really liked. The the teal green 5-watter, the one that was, you know, the whole combo amp thing. That was the only amp in that entire lineup that you played that was actually settled. All the other ones were, I'm going to say, nerfed. Not nerfed, but like I didn't purposely like make them sound bad. They were not, there's a reason that they weren't in a cabinet, okay? The reason that that amp was in a cabinet, the one that you really liked, was because that is the one I will, any day of the week, I will send that to somebody and be like, dude, you're going to love this thing, period. I know you're going to love it. The Sweet Sister, the Sweet Little Sister. Remember that one? The Sweet Little Sister. It's a 5-watt amp, mind you. This thing is freaking sweet, all right? Of all the amps that I brought that day, and I brought some gain bangers, some whatever, all kinds of different models, that is the one he was just like, ugh. And the Purple Hazel is great too. That is still to this day, and the Purple Hazel is the name of that amp. That's not actually the name of the amp design, but it's the Purple Hazel for the owner of that amp. But that guy is a killer freaking amp too. That is my 18-watt design. And there's a reason that that one was in a box. It is a settled design. It requires a different style of playing though. We didn't really get to expose it. Like, it works really well when you actually start getting it dimed up a little bit. Running it into an attenuator would be helpful. When you get the output section working on that thing, teats, man. That thing is, it's a sweet, sweet every time. Even to this day. So my friend down the street, Michael, I keep talking about him. He's the one who flogs my amps, right? He stress tests them, all that fun stuff. Every time he compares an amp to his Purple Hazel. He's got the Purple Hazel. That's his amp. He's the owner of that amp. It's in his possession right now. Every time, that's the one thing he compares it to. He's like, dude, nothing beats this thing. Nothing beats this thing. Like, whatever this thing does, it just does it. And it's hard to believe that I managed to fall on something that one man, at least one man, I love it too. I can tell you to this day, of all the amps I've ever played with the clean, nothing beats that amp for the clean sounds. I don't know what it is. It's just got this depth to it. It's 3-dimensional. We didn't really get to expose it with AC, but let me tell you, it's just otherworldly. Like, it's just so deep you can swim in it, which is weird to say about a clean amp. It's got the big bottom end, and it's just got the glassy top. It does all those things. I don't know what it is about that amp design. It just slays. It's not a gain banger though. It doesn't have a lot of high gain. Unless you push it that direction and use pedals. You got to use pedals. The other one that I'm pretty proud of is actually this guy right there. That guy is going to be, nothing's changed on that one since you got a hold of it. It's just, we didn't really spend much time with it. That one is kind of similar to what the D7 is currently. The D7 has a similar topology going on in the preamp section as this one, with some modifications. If you watched the last video that I just put out the other day, I showed a little snippet of me playing the guitar. Like, literally, it was like a 1-minute clip or something like that during the video. I recorded that with I recorded that with an iPhone. It was just sitting there on my desk, pointed at the thing, whatever. That is what that amp sounds like in the room. Like, it is fun to play. It's got that chewiness. It's got that round kind of buxom thing going. It's a little bright, maybe not bright enough for some, but it's just got that thing. I don't know. I think whoever wins this amp is going to be super freaking stoked. I'm super stoked for him. So there. I'm happy to keep talking to you guys. I know that I keep losing you one by one. There's only 7 of you. I don't care. I mean, this is what it takes to do this shit. So, for those of you who are sticking this out, like, I can't thank you enough. I cannot thank you enough. If you have a question, if you have something, put it in the thing, man. I'll be glad to yip yap with you. I know I have no problem yip yapping anyway, but you guys right now are getting the cool shit, the fun stuff. You guys are getting all the beans. The Atlas, which is the one just underneath this guy right here, that one I'm happy with where it's at currently. Like, it does a really cool thing. I need to tame some of the bass in it right now, currently. Oh yeah, no worries, man. It's all good. Oh, you gotta work. Oh, it's 9 o'clock. God dang it. Forget about how late it is already. I mean, we've damn near been doing this for 4 hours, so. Damn. Well, don't work too hard tomorrow. And I know you're gonna smell good. That was a joke. You got the joke. You know what I mean. You and I know what it means anyway. I know you smell good. That was a zinger for someone else, not for AC, by the way. So for those of you who don't know, you just don't know. Knock it off, AC. That is enough. Thank you. I appreciate that, but that is enough. Knock it off. So yeah, if you're in this game so far, you are kind of getting the nitty-gritty of the future of this channel. I'm not doing this live every time though. I've already mentioned that. I told you that. For my subscribers and whatnot, the membership subscribers like AC here, who's throwing money at me already, you knock it off. Teal Tolex. Ooh. Well, yes and no. Hold on. I don't have teal. I do not have teal. I have seafoam green. Okay? So, here's seafoam green. Here's the baby blue. Is that close enough? Is that kind of what you're looking for? Is that contrast? My friend Brian absolutely hates this color. He was just like, what the f-? So, this color came about kind of on accident. This is a test piece, by the way. So that's how nuts I am. I will actually do test pieces. Let me tell you right now, do not try to Tolex 3/4 inch ply. Will not work. It works. I got it to work, but you can see how close it really was. Like, it was just barely able to get pulled off over here. 1/2 inch you can do all day. 3/4 inch, very, very difficult to pull this off. But in either case, I was doing the Sweet Little Sister. And the premise for that amp was it was an auction amp. So my wife was doing this thing, and she opened her fat mouth. I love you, wife. But she opened her mouth and said, "Oh, my husband builds guitar amplifiers. He'll make an amp to do for the auction." And I'm like, "Fuck," because I knew that I wasn't going to be able to just do a head. It had to be a combo. It had to be an all-in-one inclusive thing. So that meant more work, more time, more money, the whole nine, whatever. Well, built the amp, and I had to come up with a color. And I hit my buddy up, Brian. I talk about him all the time. Oh, I don't recall saying teal, but maybe I said teal incidentally. But yeah, these are the two colors: baby blue, seafoam green. So I sent a couple pictures to my buddy Brian, and I was like, "Which color?" And he's like, "That one," referring to this seafoam green. And I'm like, "Cool, whatever." Purchased. And he's like, "I was kidding." He was not serious about that at all. He absolutely hated this color. And lo and behold, he's the one who actually won the amp in the auction. So now he owns an amp that he absolutely hates the color of. Subsequently, he gave it back. He didn't give it back to me. It's still his amp, but it's in my possession to do with as I need be. But those are some beautiful freaking colors. I like pastels on amplifiers. I do not like vivid, bright, like brash colors. Like the orange of the AC, of his donation. All right, like that color orange. I probably never do an amp in that. White is one of those colors that you should never do an amp in. I'm sorry. I know that the Van Halen amps come in that white color. Probably shouldn't do that. I do not like black Tolex. I did the Cerberus for AC in black because it was not my amp. Sorry, didn't mean to knock the mic. It was not my amp. I knew that it was going to be suiting for that style of amplifier, and I did the black carbon fiber. I think it turned out really, really good. It's not that I dislike black. I love black. Black and red are my two favorite color combos. You know what I mean? Like, I love the black and red motif. Like, that's my thing. But even, well, you can't see it. My helmets, like my tracksuit, when I was riding motorcycles a lot, doing track days and stuff, red and black. Like, that's my motif. Love black and red. For amplifiers, all the assholes are doing their shit in black. Sorry, hate to say it. Marshall, Bogner, dare I keep going on, Friedman, etc., etc. They all do their stuff in what? Black. They have a couple options where obviously they're red, like the Jakey Lee model and stuff like that, but that's not what we're here for. So I'm all about like nice, beautiful, contrasting colors. How's that? I think this thing is ready. I'm going to do this now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag that thing over. I want to right there. So, let's see if we can pull this off. Oh boy. Oh boy. So I just kind of got to center it more than anything. I just got to center it. Ooh. Doesn't really matter. As long as I get it in there, it's going to work. That is going to work. All right. Let's flip this thing over. So see how it's all wrinkly and warbly? So we need to work those out. I want to work them out from the center. So we're just going to kind of do this thing. Literally. Like, see how that worked? Like, literally all I did was just work it out from the center. Oh yeah, you can feel those oils working through. Feel those oils working through. All right, sorry. All right, burnish. You can even see the oils. I don't know if you can tell. See the oils there? That is this thing sweating from the oils that seep through because of the glue, whatever you want to call it. So that's interesting. I mean, I've seen it do it before, but not quite as crazy as that. It's pretty nuts. It's nuts, man. AC, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Have a wonderful evening. Do not work too hard tomorrow, please. Please have a good day. Drive safe, too, by the way. Part of me wants to rub this stuff off. Riley, thank you for coming in. Yeah, right? He's got the custom 100 coming here in a few days. Lucky motherfucker. Look at that guy go. Hey man, when you come up winning, you come up winning sometimes. That's all there is to it. So, no reason to be disappointed with that, for fact. All right, so I've got the fun challenge now of working out, getting my corners kind of done up. I don't know how I want to do this yet. I don't know how I want to do that yet. Don't know how I want to do that. Let's get some stuff out of the way to make sure I don't ruin anything. I won't need that. Gosh, everything else feels so amazeballs on this thing. So I was talking about it before. We do not want to cut into the Tolex, so we want to cut it a little fat there. I'm trying to determine how this is going to work. I can't cut all the way up to the top. So how do I stop at the thing, right? But yet keep it inside the line there without going into the other material, right? So historically, you would set this thing there, and then you would set this here, and you would cut along this, and then you end up with material that now wants to shrink away. It wants to suck away. Damn. Luckily. Okay. Could have gone a little thicker there. I can still add some, I guess, if I wanted to, but no, that's gonna work. We're gonna be okay. I'm in debates right now just because I don't know how I want to pull this off. That's all. From here, I only want it to go to that point, and then I want to cut back at an angle. So there's part of me that wants to be just like, stick it over the top, cut it out at an angle. There he freaking is! The freaking leaderman himself. Motherfucker. About damn time you showed back up. I've been turtling the whole time just for you. Freaking turtling. Help! Help! Alright. Let's see here. Where did I freaking stuff that thing? How do I want to do this? I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to cheat. I'm going to cut from the corner in, and I'm going to cut up that way. I'm just going to get that corner done, and then I'm going to figure out the rest later. Okay? I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I'm going to freaking do it. I'm just going to somehow manage to stuff this thing in the corner. Like that. And then I'm going to cut it down the rest of the way on this guy. But I'm not going to worry about it, because if I go anything out that way, it doesn't matter, because it's going to be wider than that corner. So I only got to go from that cut that I got there out. So I'm just going to try to go straight out. So you see how I went out at an angle? That's how we're going to pull it off. See what I did there? Okay. So if I did this really well, it's going to fit. It fit very well in that seam right there. I did good on that regard. So now we're just going to do the same thing over here. Okay? That's all. So I'm going to bury it in there. I'm going to find the corner, and we're going to stuff it up the seam there. Perfect. Did it. Pulled it off. Don't know how. Managed. Whatever. So we're going to stuff this thing in there. And yeah, we're going to put it right there just like that. And then we're going to shoot out at an angle, kind of, from the corner there. There it is. Bah. Right? Makes sense what we just did there? So we're going to have more than we need down in there. If we have to freaking cut it off later, that's fine. Not really worried about that. So we're just gonna freaking let it lie. We're gonna let it lie. And we're gonna stuff this down in there. We're gonna end up with more than we need. It's gonna be tight because we're squishing material in now, right? You can see it's balling up in the corner there. Not the end of the world. Not gonna worry about that. Not worried about that. Just is what it be, yo. Is what it be. Now what I want to kind of do, though, is make sure that this thing... I don't want to be egregious, but... There we go. That's fine enough. That'll have to do, pig. That'll have to do. Andy, what have you been up to, man? You doing well? I hope all's well. Alright, so we're going to flip this thing over. We're going to deal with the other side now. Oh yeah! Now the other side is going to be a little bit easier because we just have to get it down into the thing. So I'm not super duper concerned with that. We're just going to do the same thing we did basically. We're going to get it from the corner and we're going to shoot it out. There it is. Just like that. And I went a little deep on the inside pocket there. But I did okay. We're going to be okay. we're good. We're good. We're good. So now we're going to take it from here. There. Ta-da! Way more than we need. Way more than we need. Like, that is super deep in that. Whatever. We're going to just roll with it. We're going to roll with it. We're doing it. Doing it and doing it and doing it well. What do we got? What do we got? You been here? Liar. You just been listening to me yap the whole fucking time? Lies. Lies. Okay. So I want to shoot to there. So I'm going to go from here. There it is. I will take that. Noise. Noise. I'm going to put that there. And then we're going to go from there. And we're going to go like that. All right. I went a little extreme on that one, to be honest. Whatever. I do what I want. Whatever. Whatever. I do what I want. There it is. All right. Derp. Fucking derp. Who you calling a derp? Derp. I'm a derp. I'm a fucking derp half the time. I know I am. I'm a goofy mofo. I'm not afraid. I know it. Is what it be, yo. Can't be afraid to be in your own skin. You should trim the live down. No. Bullshit. I want you to suffer with me. You want to know why I want you to suffer with me? You seen I've been here, standing here with you the whole freaking time. You're going to suffer with me. I thought about doing that though, to be honest, Riley, but it's just like, that is so much freaking work. And it's already enough work as it is. It's just like, fuck, how much more work do I got to do? Objectively, this is kind of a method of me forcing you to freaking play my game with me. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it kind of sucks that you have to sit here and literally watch me freaking build a guitar amp for freaking hours on end. But at the same time, you know, I'm doing this for the people. For the people. This is for the people. So, I don't know. It's challenging in any regard, like how I can pull this off. So it's, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it other than, the amount of work I put in is already enough as it is. So we're going to keep it simple. I'm going to go right there. Torn. Ah, I missed it. Look, see? Missed it. Again, never going to see that though. Stuffed in a freaking corner. And there's maybe just enough like pliability that I can get it to work. It's fine. Honestly, like I say, you're never going to see that. It's just one of those things where it's at, it's non-incidental. So just know it's non-incidental. So I missed it on that particular cut, but I'm trying to imagine the spot where I'm trying to hit to, and it's challenging because you can't really see it. You can only feel it, but how do you cut it and feel it at the same time? Like, it's like one of those sort of deals where you're just like, fuck, how do you do this? So you just kind of got to shoot out there. And in this case, I did all right. So I'm actually going to have extra on this one. All right. It's that. Like, how do you just pull it off innately? There is no way to do it. So you just have to kind of do it. Ugh. All right. Couple more cuts to go, and then we can actually start working this thing in there. So I'm just going to kind of go like that. And again, I missed it just ever so... My freaking brain is in the way. I missed it ever so slightly again right there. Again, not the end of the world. Again, it's under a thing. You're never going to see it. And if you have to take that thing off, boy, we're all freaking boned. So I'm just trying to imagine this point here where it shoots out to. And that was too. That one. See, I don't know what it is. The first cut goes horribly. And then the second cut goes like spot the frick on. I don't know. Whatever. So now we're at a point where we can tuck this thing down into the whatchamacallit. So that's what this guy is for. So we're going to pull this up just a little bit here and see if we can get this thing to work down into the whatchamacallit there. Might have to pull it back a little further because it is fighting me right now. There it is. All right. Oh boy. Come on, go down. There it goes. Once you get it folded over, tacoed over the top there, she starts to play. Once she starts to play, she's all yours, baby. Oh yeah. Giggity. All right. You taking notes? You taking notes there, Riley? You're gonna be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna freaking kill this. When I go to do this, this is gonna be freaking nothing but easy. It is not anything but easy. Andy, tell them, is this freaking easy? Is Tolexing easy? It is not easy. I don't know what it is. It's not hard. It's stupid simple. It's just so not easy though. There's something about it that's just like ridiculous. I don't know how to explain it. Like it should be so much easier than it is, but it is not. It is a job. All right, we're in the hole now. There we are. All right, let's do this side again. Make sure we're in the nice and tight like. And I apologize if you can't really see everything all that well, but tough shit. All right, it's in there pretty good. Cut it in editor. I have the video freaking software to do that stuff, Riley. It is a bitch and a freaking half. Like last night I did that. More or less like the little snippets that you saw at the beginning was me doing just what you talked about. It's a pain in the butt, man. I'm not bitching and moaning. Like it's not like it's a big deal, but it's just like, ugh. I don't have that kind of time in the day. Realistically. But I don't know. Maybe I have to. I don't know. Cut out. Cut it out. What is that? What is that freaking? Cut it out. Ha ha! I'll take it. One more to go. Gosh darn it. Knock it the frick off. There we go. All right. We're at a spot now where we need to peel the tape off so we can get this bottom side. So we got the top side more or less done up, but right now this tape is actually going to stick the shit. All right. So we want to be able to peel the tape off so we can get the corners like that one that's missing right there. I mean, again, you're never going to see that, but you know, we want to make sure we can tighten that up as much as we can, because we need to tighten that up. While it might be acceptable, in reality, it's not my idea of cool, man. Now we ended up with a little sliver here. You can't see it because the freaking camera, but we're gonna deal with that in a minute. Hold on. There it goes. Oh, you dirty mother. Sorry. I get frustrated just like the next guy. All right, there we go. There's one side down. One side down. There it is. Whew. That sucks. It's not great. Again, you're never going to see it. It's going to be under a corner that should, in theory, never be removed. We'll fix it. That corner. That corner. We're going to get it. Don't you worry. It's coming out. We will resolve. We will resolve. Trust you me, we will resolve. Come on, peel off. All right. I kind of gotta urinate, y'all. I'm not in an exact spot to stop, but golly. All right. All right. All right. Oh, don't you dare. Knock it off. So we are going to put piping down in there. So the piping is what's going to lock all this in place. So never freaking fear. There, see? Sealed. Signed, sealed, delivered. I'm yours. Down, 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 down. All right, so now we got to get that in. All right, let's do that. And then we'll deal with the corners and the overlap later. I'm not going to worry about that right now because I want this stuff to shrink up a little bit, because that is going to be what fills in that corner when the time comes. Okay? So I'm just going to get this done real quick here. Ooh, except for one thing here I don't like. We're going to get that right. Meow, I need something else though. What do I want? I want this. There it is. It's a little sliver of tape that was in the spot I didn't want it to be. Oh my God, really? Knock it off. Get over here. All right, there we go. All right, there it is. Gosh darn it. All right, sorry. Sorry. Wow. Yeah, okay, that side's good. All right, good. Bueno. 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 Yes, get down in your home. Yes. Okay. Oh, that was rough. I don't know if you heard that, but that was basically the sound of Tolex ripping right there. I got a little too aggressive, a little too quick. We are going to have to work on the corners there. I'll show you what I mean. So see down in there, maybe not, maybe you can't. You can kind of just see it overlaps a little bit. We're going to have to work that corner out. That's going to require some careful razor blade work. That's all there is to it. It's okay. No Tolex was harmed in the making of this corner. We did that on purpose because we knew that this thing was going to suck up a bit. And I like my corners guten tight. All right. As most people should like their corners to be guten tight. So that's all we did, was just ensure that my corner is also going to be guten tight. Okay? Okay. So, whatever. All right. I'm just doing more work here on the, what you call it? Get out of there. Aha, backside. That's right. This one's going to be fun. I got to fit that card in there the whole freaking way. And this would be so much easier if I didn't have to freaking urinate right now. I got to go pee, basically, is what I'm saying. It's okay. I'm going to be okay. I'm pitching my bitch. Just pitching my bitch. All right, that one's good. All right. All right, let's see here. This is difficult because it's underneath a, whatchamacallit? A ledge. I know you can't see what it is I'm talking about. I understand that. I know that. Trust you me. There's nothing to see here. It's just me being... I'm going to pull the tape out. How's that? That's what I'm getting at right now. It's freaking a brat and a half. Get out. And then there's another piece that got stuck to my thing here. Let's see if we can get that off. There it is. It's going. All right. Now I want to get this thing down in there. Go in your home. Oh my gosh, get in there. Oh yeah, there it goes. All right, we're getting here. We're getting there. Little by little, we're fucking getting there. Urgh. Oh yeah. Urgh. This backside is going to be less than fun to cut. I can tell you that right now. It's always been less than fun to cut, but it's really going to be less than fun to cut. All right, so see? So we got just a little bit of a corner there that we're going to have to figure out because that one's in an unfortunate spot. This corner, not so bad. Everything is still wet enough that we can work it around. Again, not the end of the world. It will try to peel away though. Just saying, it will try to peel away. But we're in a good spot. We're gonna have to tighten this corner up. More or less, it overlapped a little bit right there. You can just see where it starts to overlap. It's basically curved over the top. That part I'm not super duper worried about. It is a minorly scary. Because I need to make sure that the leather corner goes over the top of that part, right? So this is going to go there, but it's going to just go over it. You can't see it because I'm in the freaking way. I can't win. All right, let's try it there. All right, so this leather corner is going to go here, and it's going to fold over, but it's going to go over kind of like that, right? So you're never going to see that. That whole thing is going to get covered by that. There's a trick to these as well. We will go over that later. Oh my God. Okay, you guys, time for a pee break. I'll be right back. I am gonna mute the mic. Don't worry, you're not gonna listen to me yip yap and freaking urinate and all that jazz. Hold on, I'll turn it off right now. Doop doop doo doop doo doop doo. I think I lost a few brain cells in the banyo. Woo! All right, what do we got? What do we got? Let's do. Hey Riley. Everybody's gonna be watching like a hawk right now. How good of a job does Luke do? I do a pretty damn good job. That's gonna be fucking fun to cut, let me tell you. But we're gonna cut it. I'm kind of debating whether or not I should cut the corner yet. I think I'm gonna wait until it solidifies, and we're gonna go from there. Not really worried about it. I just want to get the back piece. So I'm going to do that right meow somehow. I guess it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I got better than halfway, so let's see if I can do this left-handed. Knock it off, fucking thing. No, we're not going to go left-handed. We're going to go right-handed. Woo! Did I get it? Oh, I missed one little nick right there. Freaking stupid thing. It's okay. We're okay. No Tolex was harmed in the making of this, whatever you want to call it. There. Ta-da! Now we're going to get back in there and stuff the Tolex down in the hole. Make sure it stays nice and put-like. It is staying nice and put-like. Now keep in mind, I can't emphasize this enough. So, up here, it'll never come loose because this piece here, it's going to be in there. It's going to be tucked in. Never, ever going to come loose. It's going to be glued in. I still need to cut this thing down to width, right? That's going to go right in there. I don't know if I need to cut that piece after all. It's so like, it's like right there. I mean, that's what, a 30-second? I always shoot for about a 30-second of an inch. All right, so that's done. Cool. All right, on the sides, right here, piece of aluminum. It's going to be strapped in there. You are never going to see that seam. Even down in here, there's going to be a piece of aluminum all the way down. Same for the front side, which we need to push this side down. Well, cut this side, I should say. Same for this side. Focus, you fuck! So, yeah, it seems scary, but it's not. There's that much. I'm going to go from this edge and go over. Oh, well, damn. All right. We're okay. The part I fucked up on is fucked up in the right direction. See there, that's where I tore into it. That's what happens when you goof it up. Luckily, in my case, I goofed it up on the right-hand side, or the right side. Okay. Let's make sure that's tucked down in there nice. All nice like. Yes, it is. All right, so we are going to now shrink the razor blade, and then we're going to freaking peel out some tape. We no longer need the tape because we are basically somewhere now where we don't need a tape. Come on, baby. Peel. Yes. Yes. It's good. It's good. Oh, isn't that like fucking satisfying? Oh my god. There's only 10 of you right now? Screw you guys. The freaking 20 of you here that were here earlier are missing out! There's 10 of you right now that are missing out on the beauty of what you're about to witness. So, man, that's all I can say. We're done. We are freaking done. We did it. Tape free, mother truckers. Tape free. It's only been 4.5 hours. That's pretty good. There's 4 sides. It took an hour per side. Do the math however you like. This is not a quick and easy process. This is gonna, like I say, it's gonna shift a little bit here and there. Some things we're just gonna have to. I try to use something not sharp or pointy like this. Where did I put that little thing? This thing here has a nice like soft edge on it, so you can use that, and it just pushes it right on over. You can't see it, right? You just push it up and on over, and it'll close the gap. Same over here with this little gap or whatever. I'm not worried about it that high up in the gap though. Like the only place where the gap matters is down here right at the seam. That is the spot where the gap matters. Why? Because that's a little edge. Let me show you what I mean. Let me show you what I mean. I kind of showed you once, but we're going to show you again, okay? All right, does it make sense? You can see that corner right there, right? You're like, oh my God, Luke, let's find this. No, I closed all the seams up, but that thing's going right to there. Can you see that seam? I can't see the seam. Sure as hell can't see the seam. The only seam you're going to see is maybe that much in there. Like literally just a skosh of it. So the way I do it, I'm trying to hide all my seams. Because I don't want you to see my seams. See? I like hiding my seams. I'm not going to lie. I like hiding my seams. All right. There we go. This is going to turn out freaking beautiful. I can already tell you right now, this is going to be freaking beautiful. You're never going to see anything. I love it. So much fucking turtle, huh? Zab, what's up? Thank you for coming in, dude. Good to see you. It's been a while. I haven't seen you in a while. Andy, keep active in my chat, bruh. Keep active in my chat. I need you in my chat, being active. All right, so I'm not really worried about the corner so much, but what we're gonna do, because I got a couple of them, like I dialed it, like right, like this one landed pretty good. I'm not really worried about that little seam right there, but if push comes to shove, we can. Ew, I got some sticky stuff on there, whatever. But push comes to shove, we can work it into itself, right? Like that, you know what I mean? Like we can push it in. It's starting to do what it's supposed to do, which is harden and shrink. That's why that gap is opening up. Same with this one. Same with this one there. Again, never going to see it. It's going to be underneath the thing. I do need to cut a little bit of that corner. It's still overlapping. Not again, not that big of a deal. But what I want to do is see about putting the piping in. So let's get the piping out. Where did I put it? I put it right here. We're putting some white piping in, okay? I'm being a little over dramatic right now. I'm not only a little bit buzzed and high off of freaking fumes, but I'm just trying to have fun, trying to make it interesting. as interesting as this can possibly be. So we want to go as far that direction as we can to as far this direction as we can. I am going to get some nippers like these, and we're going to nip it right freaking there. It's a little long, I think. It should be like literally just that much long. Like, it's not bad. I didn't go like crazy. All right, so we want to go all the way over. Dang it. Let's get right in there. And we're going to go into here. All right. See how it's stuffed in there with my finger pushing it? That's how you know you did it pretty good. I'm going to go just a little north of long. Not crazy, just a little north of long. I want this. Based on everything I've heard and read, no. I don't know if I'm right. I don't know if I'm wrong. But I'm not saying I'm the best at the piping game. But you basically carve a 1/8 inch wide gap. Now this stuff here is about a 30-second per side. Maybe a little less than a 30-second per piece of fabric. But then you got the glue. So it almost works out to like 3 30-seconds. Well, this stuff here is also pretty thick in and of itself. So by the time everything's all said and done, you end up with a piece that's, you know, thicker than need to be. And it will stick itself in there. And when you push it in, even with just the rib, I'm using just the rib of the thing there, right? That's just what I'm using. That is enough to set it. Now it will be shallow of the surface, just by a little bit, not much, just a little bit. But that's all you need. Now I did cut this one a little long, so I'm gonna have to shorten this one just a skosh, methinks. I'm gonna cut it. I cut it that much too long. All right, there he goes. All right, cool. So, all right, makes sense. And then I'm literally just gonna take this thing and drag it along, and go back the other way with it. There's some schmooze stuffed in there, glue or something. Yeah, it looks like a little bit of glue. There it is. Got the glue out. All right. That makes sense? There it is. That's the piping. And it should never come out. Like, it has no reason to ever come out, to be honest. I'm just going to push it in there a little bit. It's just shy of the surface, but it's even all the way across because this rib on here, whatever that rib might be, I don't know if you can see it, but it's just that rib, right? It's just south of the surface. There's nowhere for it to go. On the corner, again, can't go nowhere. Because guess what's going over the fucking corner over here? We're going to put this here, and it's just going to, boop, see that? See, what does that cover? Even if we have to put a nail right through there, doesn't matter. We'll probably try to work it out so the nail doesn't go right there. I'm going to have to do the math. I don't know. It's going to end up just inside of there. Whatever. Doesn't matter. It's still going to cover that corner. There it is. That is how you do the piping. That was fun, to be honest. That little bit right there. That was the easiest part of the whole thing. So a 1/8 inch gap. That's all you need is a 1/8 inch gap. If you can, when you get the white stuff, get the thicker stuff, not the thin. Focus, you fack. Not the thin stuff. You want to get the thicker version of it. I bought freaking 100 feet of it. I don't know. Whatever that round was, it's enough to do 10, 20, 30, 40 of these amps. Don't care, don't know. But what I'm going to do at this point in time is allow this stuff to cure. It's going to take a couple days for it to actually like completely settle. This guy here is absolute trash, but it's still soft enough. Like, you can still use this brush again. You can see it's still pliable, but we're done. And I didn't burn through an entire can. That's a first for me. So I have a little bit left over. Not a lot, but a little bit. But that brush is done. We are done Tolexing. That is how you Tolex. So what I'm going to do is a thing. Hold on while I do a thing. I'm gonna move some stuff, okay? I'm gonna, hold on, I'm doing some stuff here, doing things, cleaning up messes. I'm excited. You guys don't understand how excited I am right now. The reason I'm excited is because I'm excited for whoever wins this amp, because things are looking so freaking amazeballs right now. Things are looking so amazeballs right now. Like, I'm excited because I want to fucking keep it. That's how you know you done it right. Is that you like it so much that you want to keep it. I'm gonna save this for later because this little sheet is still good. If it will freaking play with me. It's not gonna play with me. We're just gonna stuff it down in there. I'll come back to it some other time. I got another amp to build here in pretty short order. The amp that I do build next will be on the members only channel though. So sorry guys, not everybody gets to win. But I'm gonna let this harden up a little bit and we'll see what we can work on getting this stuff to move. It's gonna slowly suck in. Like, it's crazy to think that like this gap that's currently there will actually grow. It will grow. But right now, like, everything's freaking really good. I will nip these corners off later. You do not want to leave the little corners like that, but you just take a pair of scissors and you go, and it'll come off and you're done. Even like this little corner here, like I did pretty good with that, but see that corner right there? That will open up more. And I will have to figure out how to close that gap up. And that is something I'll have to figure out how to do. So that's all there is to it. Some of the stuff that's stuck in there is like, it's whatever. We're going to work it out. It's all good. So here's the back side. God damn, this thing is going to be freaking amazing balls. So excited right now for you guys. Whoever wins this thing, fuck you. You're a lucky motherfucker. I'm so excited for you, dude. So excited. You don't even understand how excited I am right now. All kidding aside and all jackassery aside, like, this thing is going to be amazing. So imagine like this color on that, because that's about what color it'll turn after it gets, you know, wetted up with whatever it gets wetted up with. Let me show you what I mean, because we have the means to show you what I mean. So I'm gonna, ooh, I already got a piece out. There we go. All right, so what I'm gonna do is wet it with some alcohol, but I'm gonna do it on the edges so you can see the contrast. It'll be at least that dark, at least that dark. That's the contrast. And then we'll have aluminum that comes in there, right? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Okay. So this is just alcohol. So by the way, you can use alcohol to make the, you know, whatever it is that you're working on to pop a little bit without really raising the grain too much. Oh my God, that's going to be so awesome. Dude. This is going to be one of the most beautiful freaking looking amps I've ever freaking made. You keep in mind, you're going to have about that color of stain on the back here, right? With that in the middle of it. Let's see if I can pull this off. Hold on. Let's freaking be a total jackass. We're going big. Hold on. I don't care about this alcohol. It's bullshit anyway. All right. Is it starting to make sense now? That's some glue from some other shit going on there. All right. Pow! Freaking pow! Right? And then you'll have aluminum strip here that goes all the way around the periphery with a white background. Let's see if I can do this quick enough. This is very close to quick enough, right? Right? Does that make sense? Ooh. 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 That's going to fit like a glove in there too. So this is the actual width right here. This is a real piece that I made. These were off. These were wrong, so I had to remake the piece. I want you to think about that. This thing fits in there. Like that. Does that make sense? It's about a 32nd of an inch. Just, not even it's not even a 16th. It's about a 32nd of an inch. Right? But you got an 1/8 inch freaking thing going around it. You're not gonna see the freaking edge. Motherfuckers, you're not gonna see the freaking edge. It's gonna be totally encapsulated. Whoever wins this amp, you motherfucker, you're lucky. I'm having fun. All right, so. It's a lot of work, everybody. It's a lot of freaking work. I understand why Andy uses that aerosol stuff. So I know that Riley's like jabbing right now a little bit, but the aerosolized stuff, I talked about it earlier in the video. It gets on the surface. It doesn't get into the material. The only thing I think that really makes this shit work, that red can stuff, like the only reason it really works as well as it does is you can dig it into the material. You can dig it into the wood. It doesn't just land on the top and sit there. Now, I know it works. The stuff that Andy used, I'm sure worked better than any 3M product out there right now. You know, that freaking Super 77 crap. Nope. That water-based stuff, I'm telling you right now, if you're gonna Tolex an amp, if you used water-based freaking glue, it is a limited lifespan. It is not a lifetime. It's not a lifetime product. It is a limited lifespan. You put that shit out in the sun, it is gonna get hot, it's gonna freaking bubble, and it's never gonna stick again. Period. The only thing I have found that will stick indefinitely forever is that freaking contact cement, the red can stuff. Okay? Okay? This. But you have to get it in this format. I know that does not bode well for you, Andy. Get the kid to do it. That's what kids are for. This right here, Riley, take notes. This permanent bond on contact. That's a little bit of a lie, but it is bond on contact for sure. If it's well set and it's done proper, it is essentially, consider it permanent. But you know, with anything, there's always a caveat. You gotta, you know, you gotta read the instructions. I swear by that stuff, the DAP Weldwood red can stuff. I swear by it. It is the only thing I know of that does. I know that okay, this piece here, I've already brought it out once, but this piece here is going on 5 years of age. All right. As you can see, it is still attached. It's just been bopping around in my freaking garage for the last 5 years. I use it as a test piece. It's like, you know, does it stick? Does it let loose? You know, like the spots where it doesn't appear to have stayed, it hasn't changed in 5 years. I don't dare think I could try to freaking get this thing off. Like, it is ugly, but it freaking works. I don't know. This is done with the Weldwood stuff. And you can see it doesn't require a very thick layer of this stuff like this right there. It's not even tacky to the touch anymore. Like, it's just, you can just see that there used to be glue in those like areas. Not sticky anymore. Nothing else will stick to it, but yet it is stuck to itself. It is not coming off. Period. Okay? Okay. I didn't even think I pulled my nail back, damn it. 13 of you now? You guys are all freaking late. Late to the party. Oh my God, look at that piping job. Isn't that beautiful? The light, there you go. So you can kind of see why I use the freaking backside of the thing. It's just a nice even level all the way across. And again, by the time the back piece goes on, you're never going to see that. And then of course, another thing that's going to help this thing, I don't have the holes in the thing yet, but right in, it's actually right in there somewhere. Those will be there, and that'll also hold the piping in. So this piping is never going to come out. And even if it does, glue it back in. I dare you. I'm not worried about it though. It's never coming out. It just doesn't seem to come out. There's no reason for it to come out ever. So, yay. Oh, I'm super duper excited. If you can't already tell, I'm super duper excited. Andy, when we're done, if you're still up, give me a call, dude. Just want to chit chat with you, say hi, say thank you. I started off this video today saying thank you to everybody for all your love, your support, your this, your that, the other. No. Andy's a cool motherfucker. Whether you know it or not. Whether you know it or not, you don't have to believe it. He's a gruff motherfucker. Andy's a cool motherfucker. You just have to get on his level. You just have to understand him. I understand him. You know why I understand him? Because I think the same way he does. I feel the same way he does about a lot of things. It's just I can't express myself that way. I'm passive aggressive. I'm type A passive aggressive. So I have a different way of pitching my bitch. And it just, when I'm angry, everybody knows it. And it's not fair to anybody because it's pent up, right? It needs to be released a little bit more, evenly. Well, Andy's case, when he sees it, he calls it. You gotta understand that. So he's impulsive. That's fine too. Everybody needs to be impulsive. Some people are just less impulsive. He does what he does. So go to Andy's channel, support his ass, and subscribe, all that stuff. Go to Riley 0187, excuse me. Go to Riley's channel, subscribe to him. He's a cool, funniest motherfucker on this damn planet. His monkey amp news station thing that he's got going on. Holy hell, this will be on there, I'm sure. Riley is a funny mofo. He's from England, and he proves it. Go to Grant Us Glorious Tones channel. Do patronize his thing. Do subscribe. Do get involved in the contest. It's not even a contest. All you got to do is just follow the rules. Just follow the fucking rules. It's really simple. Just get in there and play the game. It's not even a game. You just got to get in there and play, right? Because you get to win this guy. Perhaps. AC. Like, go to AC's channel. He's got the Cerberus. Now, the Cerberus was built by Andy Lederman of YDNA fame, right? He actually built the amp. Now, I ended up with it to do some repair work. Not because Andy had messed it up, but because previous, the owners and the subsequent owners thereof just raped and pillaged the damn thing. It came in a sad state of affairs. I took it and brought it back to life, and we gifted it to AC. So AC has provided plenty of videos about how it sounds. He's going to provide many, many more. Guarantee it. So definitely go check him out if you want to see what we're all about. What is YDNA amplification and legacy amplification? Andy Lederman, Luke Geis, aka, A-Tech 9020 all about. What are we about? It's on the surface, it doesn't seem that apparent what we're really about. But what I can tell you is that we're trying to make a better product for you without freaking hiding the bullshit. There's no punches pulled, right? Like, you can see your product being made right in front of your own very freaking eyes. Period. It's that simple. There's, no hiding anything. There's no bullshit. There's no this, that, and the other. It's very freaking simple. We're not necessarily anti-PCB. We're not necessarily anti-Friedman, bad. No. We're anti what makes that company what it is and why, how it works and why it works. That's what we're against. PCB sounds great. There's nothing wrong with the way it sounds. it's just not optimized. It's not the best option. It's not what's correct for these things. For our use purposes, PCB is the weak link. Sure, it'll work. Might work for 100 years. 200 years. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but you know, there's a lot of people that look at PCB and they think it's God's gift to mankind because it brings the cost down. Well, there's a reason it brings the cost down. How else is Friedman and all the other ones able to get you an amp at that cost? Do you think it's because of corner cutting? It's because of corner cutting. Imagine that. There's no reasonable explanation for how they can get you an amp that is of that caliber at that price. They can't, unless they're cutting corners. So there's the difference. The difference is the amount of effort, work, knowledge, and time, you know, if you want to factor that into effort that goes into making these things. We're different because we're not a repair channel. We don't repair amplifiers per se. It's not that we can't, we don't. It's not what we're doing. There's a difference between those that repair the things and those that design the things. Now, those that repair the things have a really good knowledge of electronics. They know what's right. They know the codes. It's not that they can't design their own amps. It's just not what they're there for. That's not their breadwinner. It is extremely difficult. With PCB amplifiers, there is always going to be a market for repair because there's always going to be an amp that is broken. To design them on your own and stand on your own 2 feet and not have to worry about repair, and to make your own design and present it to the world and, you know, push it out in that direction, it's a completely different beast. First and foremost, you're at the ass end of everybody's opinion, thoughts, and, you know, whatever else you want to call it. You know what I mean? Like, everybody's going to have some idea of how you suck at what you do. Period. But then again, like, you know, you can, psionic audio's a good explanation. I saw a jab at him the other day. He's a smart motherfucker. He's probably, I mean, I'm pretty sure he is an electrical engineer. I'm pretty sure that's what his background is. I'm not a huge fan of him, but he is a smart motherfucker. He knows exactly what he's talking about, and he knows a good amp when he sees one. And there have been some people on some different forums that have mentioned it's like, for as smart and as for as good and all that jazz as he can possibly be, he doesn't have the world's best amplifier out there in the market right now. He has made some designs, he's built some designs, and he's presented them to the world. He doesn't sell them. His bread and butter is fixing everyone else's fuck-ups. For lack of a better way of putting it, that's what he does. That is not a bad thing. That is not to downplay the Brad's Guitar Garage, or the Brad the Guitologist. No, those guys are smart. They know their stuff. They can do this on a day-to-day basis. What we're doing right now isn't necessarily blowing anybody's minds, right? The way that we do it is just a little bit different. Some of it is, I wouldn't say lore, right? But it's just different. It's better. It's freaking better than anything else you can get out there. Whether you believe that or not is up to you. I'm not saying it's the best. I'm not saying this is the best amp. It's not, you know, the best thing since sliced bread. It's just different in a way that is truly different. And it's better in a way that is truly better. The only way you're ever going to know is the moment that you bring it to a tech. Because it's invariably, all amps at some point in time are going to require some level of service, maintenance, if you will. You're going to have to put a new pair of tubes in them eventually, right? If you put your freaking new old stocks in there that you spent freaking $500 for a pair for, or a set for, well, if you use them, you will lose them. So invariably, this thing is going to go to a tech at some point in time. And in 20, 50 years from now, the caps are going to need to be replaced, right? Period. They're going to need to be replaced. Well, when that time comes, when anything goes wrong, the tech's going to open this amp up and he's going to look at it and he's going to cream his freaking panties. You know why? Because it's freaking stupid easy to wrap your head around. You can see everything. It's right there. they're on turrets. You can actually unsolder and resolder onto them multiple freaking times. We build these things to code, right? So we do proper code building on these things. The way that we do the IEC connections and all the other fun stuff in them, they're done properly, right? So you don't have to think about that. It doesn't say UL on the side of it. Doesn't say CE. Doesn't say ROHS. Doesn't, you know, all that other bullshit. Doesn't say all that crap because we are truly boutique. We don't bang out enough of these in a year for that to be a problem. These are, and I'm talking about Andy, Riley, my amps, etc. There's a very small number of us out there. We're starting to grow. And that's what these channels are trying to push for, is for those channels to grow. Elams, 1894, his channel. Go check him out. Those channels, we're building real freaking amplifiers. They are, I'm kidding you not, these are the Bugattis, the Paganis, the freaking, what's the one with the ghost? What's his freaking knuckle from Sweden or whatever the hell it is, or Scandinavia? I don't know. I can't remember the one with the freaking ghost thing. Whatever. You know what I mean? Like, that's what they are. They're the Bugattis, the Ferraris, the Maseratis, all of that of the above of amplifiers. They are hard to find. They are hard to get. They are not cheap. But the only thing that separates us from that actual, repair cost, if you will, is that these are extremely repairable. There's nothing in here that is exotic. There's nothing in here that is, what do you call it? You know, smoke and mirrors. We're not trying to sell you something that doesn't exist. We're not selling you something that is non-existent. You know, there's nothing I hate more than, I'm going to pick on Bob Zika. I love Bob Zika. He's a cool cat. He's a kooky guy. We've talked about this before. Most of us are kooky guys, but most of his amps are based on a platform with parts that have limited existence, i.e. he has purchased the remaining number of parts that are available, right? He owns them. He found them. He found a way to market them. Bob Zika makes these amazing amps. They're great. There's nothing wrong with them. They're amazing amps. Trust me, no doubt they are top notch. But they're built on something that has a lifespan, because everything in the amp has a lifespan. And when it dies, what do you replace it with? Well, if the part no longer freaking exists, i.e. Bob Zika doesn't even have the part itself to replace it when it goes bad, then what the frick good is it? It's not. It's no good. No good. No good. $20, too much. Too much. Right? You know what I mean? Like, that's literally the difference. My idea, my concept, my way of doing it is to try to give you a product that is easily repairable with parts that you know will be around in 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now, right? I don't try to use exotic tubes, NOS tubes that you won't be able to have 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now, because they're all going to die. They will die, because if you use them, you lose them, period. I use parts that, as of today, are the best that you can possibly freaking get, and they will probably still be around 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now, period. They're going to be here. They're always going to be here. Nothing exotic that you can't find again today, or tomorrow, excuse me. So I think that's what kind of sets us apart in that regard, is just the amount of, attention to detail and the care, the love, that goes into them. Now, there are many, 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 many other boutique builders out there. Some are less known, some are more known. We all have that little thing that we do that no one else does. We're different in every which way you can imagine. Me and Andy can build the exact same amp tomorrow. Mine will probably take a day or two longer, or a month or two. But we could take the exact same parts. We can take the exact same design, schematic, whatever you want to call it. We can put it together. His is going to sound different than mine every freaking time. But I can build an amp today, and I can build an amp tomorrow, and I can build another one the day after that, and another one the day after that. And I can bet you, chances are pretty good, mine are all going to sound pretty much the way that I build them. They're going to sound pretty much the same. And it's not necessarily that I tune each one to sound the same. It's just that, you know, I will correct, you know, Andy probably does the same thing. He does a lot more one-offs than I do, but, you know, when I build an amp, I build it to the same spec, and I find what's different about it. Like there's something about it. I don't like that. How do we fix that? And then I'll adjust it. It's not necessarily that it's bespoke. It's just part hysteresis, right? You know, not every single resistor has the exact same value every single time. I use high grade resistors that are within 1%, but that's 1% plus or minus. So that's a 2% range either direction. With enough hysteresis in one direction, let's just happen to say they're all negative in one direction, right? It's easy to quantify that the amp would sound different than another amp that was built where all the resistors were 1% positive of X, you know, whatever, you know, design center. Same with pots. I don't take the time to sit there and measure the pots. Like, to me, that's not the make or break aspect of an amp. You know, if this pot, you know, measures 509 ohms one day, and then I get the next one and it measures 498 ohms, it's not the end of the world to me, because nobody's sitting at a pot going, I need it to be exactly 498, you know, ohms. Nobody's sitting there going, it's 400. I can tell right there, that's 498 ohms. Nobody can tell. They're going to set the pot to the point that they like it. And I try to set all the things up to a degree where regardless, there's always going to be some range plus or minus, right? Usually plus is always going to be too much. So you're always going to want to kick it back. So somewhere in the middle, you're always going to want it. So again, that's just me. I don't know. I can't speak for Andy on how he works that out, but I'm willing to bet that he spends his time to kind of think that into it too. Perhaps a lot of the other guys do as well. So going further back into the beginning of this video, I was talking about how I want to try to turn this into a thing where I just give these things away. And for the 8 of you that are sitting here listening to me yip yap, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I think you guys are the ones that are going to benefit from this the most. In the short term, you guys are the ones that are going to benefit the most. You put the most time and effort into this, and you're going to be the ones that are most seen by us. When I say us, Andy and I and Riley and you know, people that can put these things into motion and put them into your hands. Ultimately, that's the only thing that sets us apart from Friedman, BAD, any of the BAD products, right? Is they have mass production. One, they have mass marketing, right? You can find them on Sweetwater, Guitar Center, and just about anywhere. You can trip and fall and find them. You cannot trip and fall and find us. You have to be looking for us. We're on the tip of your tongue right now. And I think in 10 years' time, we'll be on the tip of the tongue of, you know, 10x, 100x, 1000x, millionx times number of people. Lord knows, whatever it is. 6 degrees of separation is true. It is absolutely 100% true. The 6 degrees of separation is the thing that I holistically believe in. So that's why I try to make my channel more, you know, friendly, if you will, if in that regard. I don't know. I'm not going against anyone else. I'm just saying, for me, that is my thing, is to try to make it more family friendly in that regard. Because I do believe that there's a chance that somebody you know knows somebody else that knows somebody else that knows somebody else that knows somebody else who knows me. And this will eventually get to that point where it is tip of tongue. That is the immediate goal. Once these things become tip of tongue, for most people though, it's going to be very hard, as I mentioned earlier, to become one of the easy winners. Right now, those of you who are with me at this moment in time, you're an easy win. Because if I start doing giveaways more often, you know, if I start getting to a point where it's like, you know what, I'm just going to build the same amp and do a giveaway of it, and I know I can bang it out within a month's period of time, and I can do one a month, if we get to that point, I'm just saying, hypothetically. But if we get to that point, you know, 50 people is a hell of a lot less than 100 people, which is a hell of a lot less than 1,000 people. So for those of you here now at this moment in time, you're in a lucky spot, because you are early in the game. At some point, it's going to have to start turning into something. Even if you pay me to build this thing, like, you're still paying the money. So it's, can I do it quick enough for you now to, all the different, angles that you can come at it from. I'm not trying to dissuade you or scare you into it. But I'm just saying, take advantage of get while the getting's good. All right. Get while the getting's good. So if you know somebody and they're interested in guitar amplifiers, hit them up. Let them know. Go to the forums. Let them know. We're here. We're giving these things away. There's no better place to be right now than on Andy and I's channel at the moment. Right now, at the moment, to be on Andy and I's channel, your odds of getting a freaking prestigious world-class amp for nothing is a hell of a lot higher than it will be in 2 or 3 years from now. Guaranteed. Period. Join Grant Us Glorious Tones channel. He's not going to be building amps, but he's going to be the lucky fool, if you want to call it that gets to be hands-on with these things, gets the inside details, the inside info, if you will. The first to know, right? He's friends of ours, and he's a handshake away, that kind of thing, a phone call away. We know each other on a first name basis. We talk to each other on the daily, damn near. So same with Riley. Riley, he doesn't know it yet, but we're going to push him into it. Elams, I'm trying to get him to come back out of the woodworks. I know Elams is in a good spot right now, but he does. I mean, I'm pretty anal about my work. He's on another level of anal. And yeah, so I think it would be cool to be able to get him into playing a little bit more as well. So that's what I'm also hoping that we can work on. Just so you know, when I say Elams 1894, I'm talking about the effects loop that is going in this amp. And I know we're not really showing a whole hell of a lot, but this thing is turning out to be quite the freaking device, let me tell you. I don't have a faceplate. I need to cut out the faceplate portions still. And I think this one is still too long. Yeah, this one's made for a different amp, I think. Yeah, it's made for a different amp, but imagine that in there. You can see I've done some other stuff on it, but this will fit right in there, just like that. Oh my God, it fits like a glove. Oh, yeah, it's going to be so amazing. You guys, you don't understand. You don't understand. Some of you do. Okay, let me rephrase that a little bit. There are some of you that are watching that don't understand exactly how much work goes into making this happen. This does not happen overnight. This is years and years and years of knowledge and practice. Not the cabinetry. I'm talking about the amp itself, but the cabinetry does not make the amp. But all the little bits, all the little pieces that make this thing into the one unit that you're interested in, that's the thing. That's the difference. So, in either case, if you want a legacy branded amp, there's only one place to do it. But don't pitter patter around. Now's the time. Not 2 years from now. Now's the time. Take advantage of it while the getting's good. I'm telling you that for myself and for you. The reason I'm saying it for you is because I cannot keep this up forever. Zeppy, thank you. I cannot keep this up forever. If the funds don't meet it, it's gonna come to a screeching halt in no time. There's just so many what ifs about it, but just know that I want to continue to do this for as long as it makes sense to do it. And fuck, this is gonna be amazing. You can't see it, like the camera just doesn't help. Let me see, turning off the light helps. Oh, there we go, that kind of helped. See that? Look at that, look at that. Forget about the corners, you're not gonna see that. That goes away, right? It's gonna be covered up. This thing is gonna be bitchin'! I'm so excited for you guys. Man, oh man. Man, oh man. So, The next person that really gets to enjoy this amp, aside from myself and my friend down the block, is going to be Grant Us Glorious Tone, right? You see him up there. He's up there, right? If you want a Legacy brand amp. So we're sending this to him. I'm sending this to him. And he is going to be the one to auction it off. I'm not doing the auctioning. I'm just burnishing a little bit more. Just looking. Oh yeah, we're good. Okay. He's the one auctioning it off. Now, he gets to hold on to it for a little while to play with it and kind of just check it out, do some demo videos, this, that, and the other, kind of push it a little bit. Whatever he does. No. He's the one giving it away, all that jazz. I know he's not going to want to give it away. That was part of the punishment for this. So he gave me so much hell for my last giveaway that he should have won, right? Should have won, shoulda, coulda, woulda, but didn't. That I decided, you know what, we're going to put you in charge and let you know how not easy it is to give these things away. So here's a funny factoid. Sandblaster and focus on the circuit. It will be beautiful. Oh, fuck yeah. But the box is just a showpiece. It is just a showpiece. It is. No doubt about that. But when you buy with your eyes, you know, when you eat with your eyes, and the thing that's inside of the box that you eat with, right? That's where the difference comes in. When you look at this thing and you're like, oh my freaking God. And then you play it and you're like, oh my God. And that's where the difference comes in. So I understand that the box does not make the amp. Believe you me, I understand the box does not make the amp. But if you eat with your eyes, this thing's going to make you hungry. So hungry. But in either case, I'm just saying, I'm excited for you. No, you're not going to be the winner. You can't be the winner. But what I do know is that you cannot give this shit away. It is the weirdest freaking thing. We've been posting on some of the forums. Now, granted, some of it's been not thwarted, but, you know, a little bit of lore has been, you know, kind of ingested with it. It's not just been as simple as like, hey, check out this giveaway amp, right? It hasn't been quite that dry yet, but that part is coming because now we have something a little more tangible, and people really, honestly, are not interested in things until they're tangible. Whatever, you know, take it as you will. Until it's tangible, nobody really takes it seriously. It is tangible now. Sloth! There you freaking are. You always come in at the last minute. I've been pressing this out for the least 30 minutes or so. I've been literally yip-yapping about nothing. But I'm trying to load people up because I'm trying to get people excited about the fact that this thing is happening. And, you know, if you're excited about this one, you better get even more excited because the next one's already in the pipeline. It's already happening. You don't even know it. You haven't seen it yet. It's already happening. So there's that. So it's just not that simple. But yeah, we've been pushing it out on the forums and the people just laugh at it. Like they think it's a joke. Like they look at some of the pictures that we posted of the build and they're like, it looks cool, whatever. Like it doesn't mean anything to them. You cannot give an amp away. As easy as it sounds. Like, hey, you want a free guitar amplifier that's hand built? You can watch it being done live on, you know, YouTube. Like you can see every little component. You can watch me do every little component. Like you can see where it was made. You can hate my ass. You can like me. Whatever it is. You don't have to like me, but you can see it being done, so you know what you're getting. And people just really don't care. They don't give a fuck. I don't know what it is. It's just crazy to think that nobody gives that much shit about it. It's extremely strange, which makes your opportunity, this opportunity, even more special, I think, because when the day comes, who would have thunk that if you bought a train wreck amplifier 30 years ago, mid 90s, yeah, 30 years ago, that you would be holding on to a $100,000 amp. Would you know? He only sold them for $1,400. Even then, that was expensive, but $1,200 to $1,400, right? Can you imagine that? Alexander Dumble at the time when he was making his amps in the early 90s, etc. Late 80s, early 90s, you know, when he was in his heyday. Would you know? I mean, then, did you think that you'd be holding on to a $100,000 amp? Probably not. It only cost you $1,200, $1,300, $1,400. Maybe he sold it to you for $5,000 or $6,000. Even then, that was a lot of money. But $5,000 or $6,000 now, that's nothing. That's chump change. But now, what is that amp worth? If you had that amp today, how much would it be worth? And you only spent $5,000 on it, right? 10 amps. Sloth, there is no such thing as enough. And this one's fucking free. Within reason. You might have to worry about shipping or something like that, but that can be worked out. But 10 amps, what's wrong with 11? It's just another pair of shoes. You're going to wear one out. You can replace one. Maybe you don't like that other amp that you got. This one might replace all of them. I'm half teasing, but you know what I mean? Like that dichotomy, right? You don't know what you have until it's too fucking late, right? Who would have thunk in, you know, I'm trying to think of something that's like suddenly found value recently, like nobody knew about it until just recently and all of a sudden it found value. I'm trying to think of instances like that, but you know what I mean? Like, you know, nobody thought for a minute that, okay, here, I got one. I actually have one. I can relate to this. I own a 1961 Corvair, a Chevy Corvair, a 1961 Chevy Corvair. I bought it for $100. That's what I bought it for. You know how much that car is worth today in a state that's undrivable? Like right now as it sits, I tell you right now, it's worth more than $100. Just the exhaust system on it's worth more than that. The freaking transmission in that car is worth $500, $600, almost $1,000 as it sits. The engine, because it runs in and of itself, is worth almost another $1,000. The car in and of itself, as it is right now, because it does run, it's not really drivable, but it does run, is worth easily 5,000 to 10,000 times more than what I bought it for. At one point in time, the Corvairs were considered the poor man's Porsche. They were shat upon. They were laughed at. They were God's like dirty doo-doo rag. You know what I mean? Like you couldn't give them away. Now, try to buy a Corvair. One that runs and works at all, easily. On the minimum, probably $5,000. On the, one that's actually reasonably nice looking, probably start at 10 to 15 grand. That's today. And you're like, oh, that's cheap. That's nothing. Yeah. When you consider the fact that you could have got the same car 20, 30 years ago for $500, tell me, what do you think it is now? That's pretty good investment, right? The scrap alone. That's what I'm getting at. It's fucking free today. Maybe some shipping. 10 years from now, it might be worth 10x, 100x. You never know. I might die in a freaking freak accident tomorrow. There might be 10 of these things out in the world. And maybe they're just going to be worth that much more. Because this freaking, I'm telling you right now, that is going to mean something someday. That is the goal. I am not kidding around. The come up from the ground up is right here, right now. That L, as simple as it is going to mean everything. Somebody's going to look at that L one day and go, that's a legacy. That simple. You don't have to know what it means today, but tomorrow you're going to look at that L and you're going to be like, oh, yeah, I remember that. It's legacy amplification. That simple. 10 years from now, that L is going to be commonplace. Guarantee it. That L will be commonplace. And this opportunity will be long gone by then. So get in on it while you can. Don't pitter patter. Get at her. Ooh, Sloth. You're not in your mid to late 70s. No way. You're pretty fly for a freaking guy that age. I can tell, because you're always late to the party, but that's okay. That's excusable. I thought you were in school. Weren't you in school or something like that? I know there was one guy that was in the channel. Maybe it was another sloth, but I thought he was in class. But I mean, I know I've seen 70-year-olds that are in college and whatnot. So, hey, man, thank you for coming and just patronizing me, period. No, I do not have a jig yet for these. I'm getting close to that point. I'm trying to standardize things. So this is more or less the closest thing that I have to a standard at the moment. So when I say standard, that is to say that the box size, I'm basically going with a 17-inch wide chassis. And, transformer wise, it pretty much means that if you just pick a height, you're pretty much good. So you can kind of just make this box for anything that I have that's a 17-inch wide by 8-inch wide chassis. So I have two box sizes currently. I have the 8-inch one, which is this one. So this is an 8-inch. Oh, the logo's done. That is the logo. Period. That's the logo right there. Just an old fart. Hey, man, I'm pretty sure you're pretty fly. So don't worry about it. I'm getting old. I'm chasing you. Trust you me, I'm chasing you. Logo's done. I'm not changing it. We're going to keep it simple. That's it right there. Plain old simple L. I did actually write that out. That is an L that I drew. I just had it digitized and then I was able to, turn it into this. Never mind the freaking magnets that's on the back. It's just there so I can magnetize it. That's all. I used to make it so I could set it up. I don't know if there it is, right? See, there it is. Just sits there. I have a little shelf behind me that's made out of metal. That's why I put that on there, so I could just stick it there. But since I've gone to this format where I'm squeezed down in this corner, there's no point in it. I usually have it right in here with my little cat butt. Say hello to my little friend. I like my little friend. Do you like my little friend? He's winking at you. At least he's winking at you. So that's all I can say. That's all I can say is just thank you for all your support. Like, just the 10 of you that are here right now, just thank you. Sloth, I know that you come late to the party and always say something. I appreciate it when you come in, period. The fact that you come in at all, there's a reason that you have a blue, logo going on. So, thank you. Check the channels out. So the channels that you see up in the thing that are blue, go check them out. There are things coming down the pipeline. It is going to get bigger. Right now, we just started the ball rolling, right? So this is one of those things where the shit's going to start collecting some rocks on the way down, and it's going to get bigger and all the fun stuff. Cheers. Speaking of cheers, Sloth, my man. My man. Thank you. Cheers. I don't know if you guys can tell. I hope you guys can tell. I'm super duper excited. Super freaking duper excited to be able to give this away. I don't know that you guys understand just how happy I am about being able to do this, and just it seems goofy. I know, like, some of you guys are like, oh my god, he's so emotional. It's not even the emotional part. It's just I get to do something pretty cool. I'm in a place where I get to do something pretty freaking cool. So when I'm looking at this going, man, I want to own it, I don't want to give it away, I know that I got something that's cool, and somebody's going to get to win it, and somebody's going to get to enjoy it. And that's the big part about it. Grant us glorious tone. We've been going on and on tonight about this whole giveaway thing. And I'm telling you right now, it is extremely difficult to set up a game. It's not a game, but, set up something where you can just give an amp away and people are excited about it. Nobody's excited about this right now. Like, there's 20, 30 people, I think, maybe in the game right now. From what I understand, there's about 20 or 30 people. Correct me if I'm wrong. Grant us glorious tone. it's crazy to think that there's that small a number. Like, I have 3,333 subscribers, at least as of 5 hours ago, 5 hours and 30 minutes ago. And, you know, maybe what we got, 20 people at peak. We've got 125 views. I'm just looking at the stats or something like that. But, you know, I think there was a 16 to 20 person peak or something like that. 125 views. Like, do the math on that. That's chump change. Number of people. Like, considering the number of subscribers I do have, I appreciate them all, but not all of them are here for that purpose, apparently. I don't know what it is I can do to make you more interested in this stuff. I'm trying to find ways to make you interested in this stuff. Giving it away is just one of those things. But in this giveaway, I gave you the freaking keys to the damn Maserati, to the freaking Pagani, to the freaking Bugatti, like all of the above, right? I gave you the freaking keys. You can see how I do it from back to front to back, all the way through. You can see it. You can copy it if you want. You can do it verbatim. Now I say it every time. I caveat you by saying it's, you know, what is actually in the amp currently is not what you see in the schematic that's online. So you have to be pretty smart to be able to look down at the image that shows you all the values. Everything is in there. If you can see it, it's in there. You should be able to extrapolate everything, but it does change a little bit. You cannot go from schematic to, you know, actual end product in one shot. It doesn't happen that way. Best intentions, everything, all the above, it doesn't happen that way. It's not that simple. Invariably, you come up with a concept, idea, an idea, you put it together, and something's got to change, right? So the freaking the plumbers put a freaking pipe in the spot you were supposed to put this other thing, and damn it, you got to work your way around it. So your original schematic versus your as-built are two different things. Some of the things, I didn't hide anything, but there are some things about this amp that will only be known to the owner of the amp when they get it. It's that simple. There are certain little tricks, little things that I did. I'm not hiding it. It's in there. You can see it. If you're smart enough to figure it out, you can do so. But there are things that only the two of us at that time will know. I cannot say for a fact that this will turn into a production amp. Right now it has serial number 001. Dare I say it will be only 001 for now on. Unless somebody commissions me to purchase one and have me build it for them, or I decide to do another another one of it and turn it into two, 002. We'll see. I don't know. I like the amp. It is very, very fun to play, but it's not exactly easy to build. And that's kind of making it tough to want to try to do it again. Same thing with the Atlas down there. I've talked about it multiple times. I can't see it right now, but the Atlas is just one of those amps that's just, as cool as it is, it's extremely complicated to build, and I don't think anybody's really interested in it yet. We'll see. Maybe that'll change. Who knows? Time will tell. In the meantime, I think we have beaten all the horses dead as they will get. I don't want to do 19-inch though. It's not about rack mount or anything like that. It's just that, how do you explain it? So most single 12-inch cabinets don't breach 24 inches wide. Like an oversized 12-inch cabinet is about 24 inches. So what's wrong with a 19-inch wide? Right? It gets there. But there are 12-inch cabinets that are smaller. And it just seems that the smallest package that makes sense and does everything I want it to do is, like, I don't need all that extra real estate. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need to have an extra, 2 inches or whatever it is of width to do what I need to do. Even in this design here, I didn't really need the width. I needed the depth. Like, I did an 8-inch deep chassis. I kind of wish I went with 10 inches deep. Like that would have been a difference. That would have been the difference that would have made it easier for me. Again, most of my designs aren't that complicated yet. You know, they're single channel amps. I kind of prefer single channel amps, to be honest. They do something that the channel switchers don't do. Channel switchers sound the way that they do for a reason. The reason they sound the way that they do is because they share things, right? Lederman is in the house again. So what I mean by that is let's imagine you've got a single channel amp, right? This is your input stage, this is your output stage, right? You got this one and that one. Anything you do here is what's going to come out of here. And you can make it sound however you want, right? Let's just say you make this sound like a platinum fucking record built into it. Comes out of the ass end of the amp and it's just absolutely freaking glorious. Woo! Can't lose, right? Sloth, how dare you? I keyed. You're not wrong though. For 2 inches more. Right? So you got the creme de la creme here, creme de la creme there. You get one channel that does absolutely only what that one channel can do. Right? Imagine that. Well, now you take this amazing one channel and then you start running it through other stuff. Does it sound the same? Right? No, already too deep. Ba-dum-tsh. Right? Well, what's to say that this glorious channel here sounds the same through the remainder of this other circuitry that you've added in? Does it retain that gloriousness through all that? Probably not, right? So the only way to really make it so you have one glorious channel that works with one glorious output channel, you know, one glorious input channel that works with one glorious output, excuse me, is to have another channel that is completely separate from this other one over here that is also glorious. Well, it's already hard enough to mix two channels into one without them affecting each other. And you can do it. It can be done where you can mix two channels in. Now try to mix 3 channels in. That's the breakdown of these different amps that have like the clean and crunch modes and the bright and dark switches and all these options. All those options are a compromise to something that was right from the get, right? Well, I made it too dark this way, so let's make it so it's bright the other way, right? So you flip a switch, it goes from either too dark to maybe too bright. Maybe. I'm just hypothetical, right? How do you win on those in-betweens? This channel here you do XYZ with, and maybe it is so disparate from the other channel that the two of them just don't even sound like they're the same amp. Goodness, excuse me, I apologize, I'm burping away, but right, let's just say your clean channel is the most glorious clean on the planet, right? It's this luscious, just bubbly, melty clean, right? You just get lost in it. But let's just say that your gain channel, your crunch channel, is just like the most modern of modern crunch channels ever known to man. They are so disparate from each other. How do you balance between that, right? You can't put the two in the same. You cannot make two channels work that way unless you separate them. And that's how you get into this dichotomy of making a multi-channel amp where everything is the best it can possibly be of what it is, and all have it combine into a singular output section and still be the best of what it can possibly be. Right? That's what amp switches are for. That's exactly why Joe Bonamassa has a Dumble, a Silver Jubilee, and a 5E3 Tweed. You know what I mean? Like, that's why those exist, right? That's it, right? You cannot have a one that does it all. You cannot do it. It does not exist. Not yet. You can't do it. A single output section is that output section that can be optimized either for this one, that one, or the other. But not all three. Just doesn't work. I don't know why. That's why I don't try to do it. So, So with that, I think I'm going to call it. You guys, thank you all so much. Sloth, thank you for coming in, even though you were late to the party. But I will give you the graces. You came, you win. Get with Grant, Us Glorious Tone, the instructions for how to enter this contest. If you're not already involved in it, get in there now. Don't wait. Don't freaking wait. You just got to do it. If you want to win, it's only one way. Holy fucking turtle, Leaderman. As soon as I'm off, as soon as I hit the end button, Andy, you better be fucking calling. All right, you guys. Thank you so freaking much. I'm going to call it. See you in the next one. Take care. Goodbye.